But it's, again, it just tells the story of it's the evil and the ugliness of people's hearts these days is everywhere.
This is Frankie Rose's Think Tank. Here's your host, Frankie Rose.
Hey, good morning. Welcome to the Think Tank. Bright and early. Well, today, at least the first thing of today, we're going to take a look at Chad Doerman. So he just had a hearing. And if you're not familiar with Chad Doerman, a few months back, he deleted his 3 young boys and then casually sat on his front steps in front of his house with his weapon sitting right beside him. It was a disgusting, horrifying thing what he did. Right in front of the mother, he yanked one child, actually, so it's being said, right out of her arms. So now he is trying to get his alleged confession thrown out. So we have that. Plus, there's a couple clips I thought maybe we could take a fast look at. So I hope everybody's enjoying the beginning of their day. I'm happy to be up. Looks like maybe it'll warm up. It's minus 11C in the beautiful Canadian Rockies. Okay, so this is a neighbor of Chad Doerman's. Now I'm going to see if I can make this one a little bigger. Well, maybe not, right? Okay, so let's take a look at what he has to say.
So
you felt like he was just angry, generally speaking.
he was every day. Heard him. There wasn't a day he didn't yell at his wife and kids out there.
What would he yell?
Okay. He was just angry, yelling at her.
Not my dogs.
Like,
So when you look at that house now, what do you see?
I still see the babies sitting in the yard, playing in the yard. One was right there by the tree, right by the road, not even 20 feet from the road right there. This is where that dude laid him. Laid the one up there right beside that silver truck to the left of the tire, about 5 foot. That's all I see every time I come out here. For any man to even think about doing that, it's just, no words can explain it. Dude was an asshole.
Horrifying. Can you imagine?
You felt like he was just angry, generally speaking.
He was every day. Heard him. There wasn't a day he didn't yell at his wife and kids out there.
What would he yell?
Okay. He was just angry, yelling at her all the time, treating her like.
So when you look at that house now, what do you see?
I still see the babies sitting in the yard.
Looking at this twice.
One was right there by the tree, right by the road, not even 20 feet from the road right there. This is where that dude laid him. Laid the one up there right beside that silver truck to the left of the tire, about 5 foot. That's all I see every time I come out here. For any man to even think about doing that, it's just, no words can explain it.
No words
Dude
can
was an
explain it. No words can explain it. Oh, Lordy. Okay, so we're going to take a quick look at this clip here now.
A grand jury indicts a Claremont County father who admitted to executing his 3 kids 1 week ago today. Now he could be put to death if convicted.
WCPO 9 News reporter Sean Delancey breaks down the charges and asks the people living nearby what they hope happens to Chad Doerman.
At his arraignment,
You can just imagine what they think about Chad Doerman, right? You can just imagine.
last week, Chad Doerman was hit with 3 murder charges for the death of his 3 kids, Clayton, Hunter, and chase. In this indictment, he now faces a laundry list of felonies, which could mean he never leaves prison again. A grand jury hands
He should never be let out of prison. Never. Look at what he did.
up 9 counts of aggravated murder, 8 of kidnapping, 4 of felonious assault against Chad Doerman. He confessed to executing his kids with a rifle. Some celebrated the heavy hand of the law.
I think they need to just hurry up and do what they got to do and don't waste no money on him. Yeah. You know, he's a bad man. You know, he needs to be dealt with swiftly.
Others viewed the whole situation with empathy for everyone involved.
Working at a Christian hospital, I always feel that God tells us to love everyone and then he'll sort everything out. So there's no...
I'd have a very hard time. I am having a very hard time not judging this guy. He'll be judged by his maker. He absolutely will. But I judge thee.
hate or vengeance.
And many were confused as to how 3 deaths could result in 9 murder charges against the same person. On the phone, defense attorney Clyde Bennett explains.
The Claremont County Prosecutor's Office through the kitchen sink of this guy and wanted to make sure they covered all their bases.
Bennett says, legally speaking, you can commit murder in multiple ways against the same victim, and each one is a different charge, potentially leading to a conviction.
So in the act of committing kidnapping, you kill the person, and then you kidnap the person to kill them, and then that person was under 13. So that's 3 different ways you committed aggravated murder.
3 ways per victim is 9.
Isn't that horrifying? The blurred out spots obviously are the babies. Look what this man did. And then he's trying to get his confession thrown out.
Charges. Bennett says Doerman is eligible for the death penalty, and he expects the prosecutor to bring that case against him. People outside the legal field are hoping for healing for the mom and sister that survived.
I just hope that he gets taken care of and the little girl and the mom, you know, they get to move on with their lives.
We do expect an update from Prosecutor Mark DeColvey, and we'll bring you that as soon as possible. Sean Delancey, WCPO 9 News.
So what do you think? Should he ever be let out? Should he get the DP? Good Lord. Morning, Dandy. Jonathan, Nicole, Carrie, good to see you guys bright and early. Okay, so I can go over here maybe. So let's take a look at this, guys. Let's see what they have to say. There he is there. So this is to try and get his confession thrown out. Boo.
Good morning. We are on the record in State versus Chad Doerman, case number 2023 CR 407. Mr. Norman's president counsel, Mr. Myers, and Mr. Haynes, the state represented by Mr. Colby, Ms. Laura Barron Allen, Mr. Tharp, and Ms. Terpstra. I will indicate just for the record that the brief little conversation we had in chambers was not of substance. It was just Ms. Terpstra letting us know that she may have to leave before the hearing is completed based upon other matters that she has. So if she gets up and leaves, you know why she's leaving. She's going to another courtroom to handle another matter. This case is, I'll also indicate that court reporter is present as required. She remains under oath and will remain under oath. She signed that oath. and remains under oath as required.
I agree.
And the matter is set this morning for hearing on the defendant's motion. The motion is captioned motion to suppress and eliminate. And before we get started, if you don't mind, I'd just like to clarify the motion and some of the, make sure I captured the various factors of this. And there, as I've indicated, it's motion to suppress and eliminate, and those are two different standards, obviously. So, and I'll just kind of nutshell it, so to speak. The first issue appears to be that Mr. Doerman did not properly waive his Miranda warnings, or that he did invoke his right to remain silent, and the detectives involved ignored that and pursued questioning in violation of Miranda, and he did not provide a written, signed waiver of his Miranda rights. There is also a contention that any statement that he may have made, even if it was not in violation of his Miranda, was not made voluntarily due to coercive tactics by law enforcement, including some issues regarding potentially his mental condition at the time. There are also a number of, it appears, recorded interviews, and I guess we'll get into that at the jail. The corrections officers may have recorded conversations between Mr. Doerman and jail medical staff, perhaps while he was in his cell, and other, or at the medical staff facility that's at the jail. There were also, he was also apparently videotaped during his initial conversation with counsel at municipal court, determining his eligibility. Not sure. There are references that in some instances it was just video recordings. And okay, and I appreciate that, but if you would, let me just track it, and then I can specifically indicate what you're not presenting. Okay, and I appreciate that, but and then there's follow-up regarding that. There's also issues raised regarding potential violation of the HIPAA statute, and a right to privacy. So that's my understanding. Now, let's pare this down to the specific issues that we're going to deal with today. So that one, so the record is clear, obviously, but two, so that I fully understand it. I guess the other thing I'm asking, I was curious about is the eliminate aspect of this. I mean, an eliminate obviously is much different than suppression, but go ahead, Mr. Haynes.
Well, the eliminate first goes to the HIPAA and 2317 privilege violations.
Speak up.
Not subject to suppression, they might be subject to eliminate, keeping them out. As far as what I was saying about the part of our motion that deals with statements that Mr. Doerman might have made while talking with the lawyer, Mr. Kellum, at the initial appearance before Judge Nagel on June 17th. The state has, we discussed that since the motion.
No, me either, Nicole.
Incriminating from those statements, they don't intend to use those statements. They agree they're not going to use those statements. We're not pursuing anything. Suppression.
It's turned right up.
Also, I think it's a stipulation for the court that the parties stipulate that Mr. Doerman was arraigned or had an initial appearance, if you will, before Judge Nagel, municipal court, on June 17th of last year. At that time,
So you're still concerned though about it, and are going to address various times throughout his period of incarceration when COs had their their body cameras. I think they call them something differently. They're okay.
So we narrowed it. There are several others that did not pursue this motion. Two are one involving she's the jail liaison or social worker. What you're talking to our client, what we think should have been a privileged conversation, and that was video recorded by CO or COs coming into the cell with her.
Just video, not audio.
Video and audio.
Okay.
And the same type of situation with his discussions regarding I think he fairly characterized the medical complaint or inquiry to one of the jail nurses, I think it's Nurse Edie Griffin, who the COs were there, inserted themselves into that, recorded that, but video and audio projected.
All right. And then the other regarding potential HIPAA violations, and were there statements obtained in the HIPAA violations or
Right, that's part of the motion is to violate HIPAA in Order 2317. The court doesn't find that something that's appropriate for suppression, we're submitting.
All right. Well, on behalf of the state, it's Mr. Burton, ready to proceed. Any opening statements you wish to make briefly?
Your Honor. We just log in the record, we talk about a motion to separate witnesses.
Okay. If there are any witnesses in the courtroom, they need to stay outside. Obviously, do not discuss anything whatsoever about this case. This may be streamed, so don't watch any videos, don't pay any attention at all, and when you're summoned, there'll be summons in. All right, Ms. Barron Allen.
Your Honor, prior to proceeding with opening statement, there is one other issue that I would like to address with the court. I do have an exhibit list prepared for the court, and the parties have stipulated to the admission of all the exhibits that I will place of record. And again, we have also stipulated and agreed that these will not be played in open court, but for the court to review these exhibits in camera. So,
And most of these are the recordings, the video and audio recordings.
I think all except one is a video and audio recording. So State's Exhibit 1 for the record is Deputy Popham's body worn camera in unredacted form. State's Exhibit A1A is Deputy Popham's body worn camera. It is redacted. I've captioned that Part 1. State's Exhibit 1A2.
Can I interrupt you a second?
Yes.
Do you have that list?
I do. I have that for the court. So I will
Just
provide.
give it to me, and that way you don't have to read them all.
May I approach? And I also have the photo.
Absolutely. One of these days, I'm going to tell council, no, you can't approach, but I'm not sure how we get anything done if you're not allowed. So, thank you. All right, go ahead.
I do have an opening statement.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. May it please the court, counsel. Through the testimony and evidence admitted during this hearing, the state will prove by a preponderance of the evidence that the defendant first did in fact knowingly, intelligently, and voluntarily waive his rights pursuant to Miranda, that his statements were voluntarily given, and that there was no coercive tactics used by law enforcement, and finally, that the defendant did not make an unequivocal request for counsel, but in fact, he only made equivocal and ambiguous statements referring to a lawyer during his interview with detectives at the Claremont County Sheriff's Office. Your Honor, in this case, virtually each and every second of law enforcement interaction with the defendant was captured via video and audio recording, either on body-worn camera worn by various deputies with the Claremont County Sheriff's Office, or via recording equipment in the interview room at the Claremont County Sheriff's Office.
So before we get too far into this, I am going to say trigger warning. This does have, it's all to do with 3 deleted babies, 3 deleted young kids by their own fathers. So massive trigger warning.
Through the testimony presented during today's hearing, as well as the video and audio evidence submitted, the court will be able to examine the totality of the circumstances as opposed to a few selectively chosen statements as listed in the defendant's written motion. When the evidence is viewed in totality, the state will have met its burden by a preponderance of the evidence to prove that the defendant did in fact make a knowing, intelligent, and voluntary waiver of his constitutional rights. We will first present the testimony of 2 deputies, Deputy Popham and Deputy Rudd. The court will learn from both deputies that while on scene, the defendant was rational to space and time. The defendant understood all orders made by law enforcement and reacted appropriately to each order. While not interrogated on scene, the defendant responded to any questions or comments by law enforcement appropriately and clearly understood not only the communications made with him, but what was going on around him. For example, the court will hear that while not fully Mirandized, on one occasion, Deputy Rudd told the defendant that he has the right to remain silent and that the defendant should use that right. The defendant responded, "Yes, sir," and fell silent for a period of time. You will hear that on multiple occasions, the defendant made statements such as, "I'm not going to hurt anyone," or "I won't hurt any officers." Those statements indicate that at the time, the defendant knew exactly what was happening, who he was interacting with, and that things possibly could go downhill for him should he attempt to injure any officers. You will both see and hear on all videos that there was no interrogation of the defendant while on scene. Deputy Rudd and Deputy Ross will further testify that the detective was transported directly from the scene to the Claremont County Sheriff's Office to be interviewed. And again, even that transportation was recorded on video. Once the defendant was at the Claremont County Sheriff's Office, he was placed into an interview room, again, that the entire time was both video and audio recorded. You'll hear that while detectives prepared to interview the defendant, a patrol deputy remained in the room with the defendant at all times. And again, no interrogation occurs at that time. The deputy asks no questions. You will hear from Detective Ross, who was the lead detective in the interview. And you will hear that the Detective Ross did in fact read the defendant his Miranda warnings, that he read from a card containing those rights. A copy of that card has been submitted for the court's review. As Detective Ross reads the defendant his Miranda warnings, the defendant provides physical indications of understanding, such as nodding. And as Detective Ross finishes the warnings, the defendant immediately indicates that he did in fact understand his rights. After indicating his understanding of his rights, you will see that it is only then that the defendant speaks with detectives. In his motion, the defendant seems to argue essentially that because there was no signed Miranda form and because the defendant did not specifically say the words, quote, "I waive my Miranda rights," that his decision to speak with officers was not knowing or voluntary. However, when reviewing the evidence, it is important to remember that the United States Supreme Court has held that when an express written or oral statement of waiver of the right to remain silent or of the right to counsel, those are usually strong proof of the validity of the waiver. An express waiver is not specifically required for a confession to be knowingly and intelligently and voluntarily made. The Ohio Supreme Court has continued to follow that ruling, holding in multiple cases that, quote, where a suspect speaks freely to police after acknowledging that he understands his rights, a court may infer that the suspect implicitly waived his rights. Your Honor, the evidence presented will show that through both his behavior on scene with Deputy Rudd, as well as his clear indications that he understood his rights after being advised pursuant to Miranda, the defendant did acknowledge that he understood his rights and only subsequent to that acknowledgement spoke with the police, effectively and implicitly waiving his rights. Similarly, the defendant, through his motion, argues that his statements to Detective Ross were not voluntary due to coercive tactics used by the police. However, the evidence that will be presented will prove quite the contrary. You will see that the actual interview of the defendant at the Claremont County Sheriff's Office by Detective Ross and other detectives lasted only approximately 2.5 hours total, some of which the defendant is simply alone in the interview room. You'll hear that the defendant was in his early 30s at the time of the interview, that he held a full-time job at the time of the interview, that he's had prior contact with law enforcement, including did not physically assault or deprive the defendant in any way. And in fact, what you'll hear is that detectives relocated the defendant's cuffs from behind him to in front of him, that he was provided water, asked if he wanted soda, was offered food, was given multiple opportunities to use the restroom, and was provided with dip or tobacco. You will see that the detectives of the Claremont County Sheriff's Office went through great lengths to make the defendant as comfortable as possible during this 2.5-hour time period. There will be absolutely no evidence presented that the defendant's will was overborne and his capacity for self-determination critically impaired because of coercive police conduct. Detective Ross will testify, and the recorded interview will bear out that during the interview, the defendant even indicated multiple times that he was neither nervous nor scared. The defendant's motion also indicates that during the course of the interview, the defendant requested counsel. However, with the testimony of Detective Ross, as well as, again, the video and audio recording of the interview make clear, is that the defendant's statements concerning an attorney can truly be described as nothing other than ambiguous and equivocal. During the interview, the defendant states, I will wait for a lawyer. I don't really know. Like, give me a couple days and let me talk to a lawyer so that way I can get nice, good answers. Detective Ross will explain that the defendant's statement, I'll wait for a lawyer, was immediately followed by his statement, I don't know. And even that unequivocal comment was immediately followed up with the statement, just give me a couple days. Just give me a couple days and let me talk to a lawyer so I can get nice, good answers. You'll hear that despite the fact that the defendant's statements were utterly ambiguous, Detective Ross attempted to follow up with the defendant to clarify whether or not he was actually requesting an attorney.
Yeah, he's looking like he just regrets the fact that he said something, not the fact that he did something. He belongs, let him go through his trial and let him explain then why he sat on that front porch with that weapon after doing what he did. You know, another chicken shite.
What you will learn is that instead of clarifying and unequivocally requesting an attorney, the defendant actually muddies the water even further. The defendant follows up his statement about, I'll wait for a lawyer, I don't really know, give me a few days, with a request to speak with his dad. He also requests to speak with a woman by the name of Ruby Franklin, who he says is in the CIA. The defendant then acknowledges to Detective Ross that neither one of those individuals, neither his father nor Miss Franklin, are attorneys. because the defendant said he didn't know what he wanted to do, asked for a couple days, and requested to speak with two individuals who he knew were not attorneys. Detective Ross did not believe he was making an unequivocal request to end the interview to speak with counsel at that time. It is important to view the defendant's statements in light of other statements examined by courts throughout Ohio. Statements such as, maybe I should talk to a lawyer, I think I need a lawyer, maybe I want a lawyer, I think I would like an attorney, I think I might need to talk to a lawyer, I'd like to have my lawyer here, and do I have to hire an attorney to have him present? All of those statements are among those which have been considered too ambiguous or equivocal to require police to terminate questioning. And the state believes that when the court reviews the evidence and the testimony presented, that the defendant's statements are even more ambiguous than those. The defendant also challenges statements made to Renee Butcher, a mental health liaison who assisted at the Claremont County Jail, as well as statements made to nurse Amy Griffin. However, the evidence will make clear that Ms. Butcher is only involved in asking routine booking questions of the defendant. And Nurse Griffin was summoned by the defendant to provide a medical assessment at his request. Accordingly, neither of these conversations rise to the level of a custodial interrogation. The defendant argues alternatively that his right to privacy was violated by the recording and or of the booking questions and or the medical assessment. However, the law is clear that inmates have a reduced expectation of privacy.
So I don't know how that works. If he's saying, I think, I might, he didn't ask for one specifically. So is that where this kind of hinges? I think I might want to, maybe I should. Are these him asking in the court's eyes, do you believe that he was requesting a lawyer? I'm not sure.
While incarcerated. And finally, the defendant also argues that the recording interactions between Ms. Butcher and the defendant, as well as Nurse Griffin, violate HIPAA. However, the defendant fails to note that HIPAA contains a carved out exception for inmates. Your Honor, the only evidence that will be presented as part of this hearing will show, the evidence that was presented during this hearing will show that the detectives with the Claremont County Sheriff's Office and staff at the Claremont County Jail did everything properly and upheld the defendant's constitutional rights from beginning to end. Accordingly, the state believes that when all testimony and evidence is submitted, the court should deny the defendant's motion in its entirety.
Yes.
Mr. Myers or Mr. Haynes, any opening?
Yes,
I agree.
Mr. Myers.
Fundamentally, we stand by our written motion. We believe the evidence is going to be presented in these recordings speaks not only for itself, but loud and clear in a manner that contradicts everything the state has summarized.
I don't know.
First, foremost, and always, they can't have their cake and eat it too. If they want this court to look and see these audio video recordings, and if they want to assert and contend as they have that he was clearly of fundamentally his right mind, then so too they must defer, as the detective should have deferred to and respected, an obvious, clear, unequivocal, I want a lawyer. And as we've outlined in the written motion, as you'll see for yourself when you have a chance to review that interrogation recording, it was the detective who impermissibly continued that conversation, that interrogation, by quizzing, well, which lawyer? Do you have a lawyer? Give me a name of a lawyer. That's nowhere in this controlling law. Everybody knows, we trust, except perhaps for the detectives involved, that when a custodial interrogation is underway and the suspect clearly says, I want a lawyer, that isn't the start of a test. That isn't the start of an officer's invitation to a detective to quiz about name, rank, and serial number of a lawyer. That's the time they stop. They stop, get up, and go. That's what they should have done. That happened within about 5 minutes of the interrogation. We've got those times outlined for the court's convenience by reference to that interrogation. 45 minutes goes by. He asks again, where's the lawyer? And at that point, he is again ignored. So overall, Judge, with respect to the exercise of his right to counsel, we defer as indeed we must to the court's.
I'm looking forward to seeing this interrogation. I don't think I have seen it before, so let's see what we think.
Assessment of Mr. Doerman's demeanor during this time. But fundamentally, if he had the wherewithal, as the state asserts, to know his situation, to know where he was, to assure officers he posed them no risk, then likewise, he had the wherewithal to clearly say, I want a lawyer, period. With respect to the Renee Butcher encounter, that's not booking. That's coming on 40 hours after he's been detained. He's already been over to his initial appearance. He's already had lawyers signed on behalf of the Claremont County Public Defender, and he's being questioned about his medical issues and his state of mind in a manner that has nothing to do with booking. It is a matter that should have been private, that should not have been recorded. It should have been conducted in accordance with the normal routine procedures that we understand Ms. Butcher employs when she's doing her assessments of inmates, not at the doorway of their cell, in her office, not with one or two corrections officers with their body cameras operating. So overall, again, we'll defer as need we must at the end to these recordings speaking, we trust loud and clearly that his right to a lawyer was violated and his right to private interaction with mental health providers was provided, and all those statements should be suppressed.
Just one
Bring it
question.
on.
There's not any argument that all the videos, audio recordings that you have been provided have in any way been altered or doctored or anything along that.
None whatsoever, Judge. We defer. I mean, we have stipulated to their admissibility. There are probably a couple of portions in the 2.5-hour interrogation that might be unintelligible to a degree, but honestly, far less than I think we often frequently encounter, is that most of it is really quite clear. Certainly the parts regarding we contend, the parts of those interrogation interactions regarding the request for a lawyer are crystal clear. And we stipulate to their admissibility.
Okay. All right. Thank you. And Ms. Darnell.
State calls Deputy Chad Doerman.
Oh, here we go, guys. Here we go. I hope he goes down. This is just a hearing to try and get his confession thrown out. The things that they had to see that day. I couldn't imagine, guys.
This doesn't mean you need justice, just talk loud enough so the judge can hear what you have to say, okay?
Yes, sir.
Good morning, Deputy.
Good morning.
Can you please state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Chad Popham, P-O-P-H-A-M.
And how are you employed, sir?
I'm employed at the Claremont County Sheriff's Office.
What is your current assignment?
I'm a K-9 handler with the Sheriff's Office, ma'am.
And what type of dog do you have?
I have a dual-purpose dog. It's a German Shepherd.
You said you have a dual purpose dog?
Yes, ma'am.
What does that mean?
He does apprehension, tracking, drug interdiction.
And so do you have your canine with you every shift you work?
Yes, ma'am.
And how long have you been employed with the sheriff's office?
Just over, a little bit over 10 years.
And as a canine officer, what are your duties on a daily basis?
Just everyday patrol work. I do call outs, stuff like that, answer calls, and go to high priority calls.
And do you work a specific shift?
I work, right now I'm assigned 6A to 6P.
And were you still employed on or about June 15th of 2023?
Yes, ma'am.
And that day, were you operating a marked cruiser wearing the uniform of the day?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you describe what the uniform of the day?
Usually When I'm working the road, I wear BDUs and like a BDU long sleeve shirt, radio, gun belt, and body cam.
And when you say body cam, where is that located on you?
It's usually located center of my chest or just a little bit lower.
And when does your body worn camera activate?
When my lights are activated, or if I activate it myself, if my weapon's drawn or my taser's activated.
And on June 15th of 2023 at approximately 4 p.m., were you dispatched to 1965 Laurel Lindale Road, New Richmond, Claremont County, Ohio?
Yes, ma'am.
Where were you when you received that dispatch?
125 in Mount Holly.
125 in Mount Holly?
Yes, ma'am.
And what were you dispatched to that address for?
It was a 911 open line.
What kind of information were you receiving while you responded?
Received that it sounded like a female was crying back saying that her babies were shot. We had called that there was a male shooting children.
And so based on that information, did you respond with lights and sirens activated?
Yes, ma'am.
So your body worn camera would have activated at that time?
Yes.
How long did it take for you to get to 1965 Laurel Lindale from your location?
Approximately 10 minutes.
And again, your body worn camera would have been active that whole time?
Correct.
Based upon the information you were receiving from dispatch prior to your arrival, how are you preparing yourself for what you need to do when you get on scene?
You're trying to figure out, trying to go through your mind of what's going on, how you're going to park your car. You don't want to pull up in front of the residents. You're trying to stay clear on the radio, try to get.
I'm just going to say one more time, massive trigger warning, guys. This has got to do with 3 young children being alived by their father. So again, if you think this might be too much for you, this might be the time to peace out for this particular stream.
The radio traffic out to other deputies coming in.
So you are communicating with other deputies as you respond?
Yes, ma'am.
And when you got to 1965 Laurel Lindale Road, what did you do initially? Where did you park?
I parked up from the residence with another deputy.
Why did you do that?
Just didn't know what's going on. Someone with a gun, you don't want to park in front of their drive just in case they're in the drive shooting or anything like that, just so you're out safely and able to respond.
So more of a tactical approach?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so when you arrived and parked, what did you find?
I was there with another deputy. We were responding up to the residence. There was a male sitting on the porch of the residence, and there was a female appeared to be giving CPR to 3 children in the front yard.
And of course, did you see anything around the male or what he was doing when you arrived?
The male was sitting on the porch. It looked like he had a firearm, what appeared to be a firearm on the left side of him, sitting on the porch next to him.
The individual who was sitting on the porch next to the rifle, do you see him in the courtroom today?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you please point to him and describe where he's seated and what he's wearing?
It'd be the gentleman right here in the first seat, has a blue shirt, blue suit.
The record will reflect identification of Mr. Doerman.
Thank you. And who was the other deputy that you were with when you first responded?
Deputy Sparks.
So once you observed who you identified as the defendant sitting on the porch near a rifle, did either you or Deputy Sparks give commands to the
Yes,
defendant?
ma'am. While we were approaching the residence, we were advising the male to stand up and lay on the ground.
All right. Did he comply?
He didn't comply to that. He raised his hands, like showing like he didn't have a firearm or anything like that in his hands, but he wouldn't stand up, walk away from the residence, or lay down on the ground.
And as you were giving commands, what were you and Deputy Sparks doing?
We were approaching the male.
And were you able to make contact with the male at that time?
Yes, ma'am.
And so when you made contact, what happened?
Deputy Sparks grabbed the male by his arm, put him on the ground. I kept him at gunpoint at that time. Then once he was on the ground, I holstered my weapon and handcuffed Mr. Doerman.
And I'm just going to note for purposes of the record, at approximately 2 minutes and 15 seconds into State's Exhibit 1A1, which is your body camera video. Your body camera video was still active at that time, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And at that point, did the defendant begin to speak to you?
Yes.
Were you asking him questions or?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Do you recall what he said?
He advised that he didn't want to hurt nobody, that he didn't take any drugs. He's never took any kind of drugs. And he was concerned about his dog staying inside, not biting any of the deputies on scene.
And all of those various statements that he didn't want to hurt anyone, that he wasn't under the influence of drugs, and other statements about his dog, was that in response to any question that you had asked?
No, ma'am.
And once the defendant was cuffed, did you ask him any questions?
I did. I think I asked him what was going on. He implied that he wanted to roll over, and he was reassuring that he wasn't going to hurt anybody.
And when he asked you if you could roll over and indicated he wasn't going to hurt anyone, did you respond to him or have any further conversation?
I asked him if he had anything in his pockets at this time. Mr. Doerman stated that he had a cell phone in his pockets. I found a cell phone. I think I tossed it over towards the porch. And then he was still reassuring that he wasn't going to hurt nobody. And just be careful of his dog. His dog shouldn't come outside the house.
And once he reassured you that to be careful of his dog and that his dog wouldn't bite you or anything, did you ask him any further questions?
I think I asked him again what was all going on. And I think he said he was uncomfortable to see if he could roll over and stand up.
Okay, so he again kind of reiterated to you that he wanted to get up.
Yes, ma'am.
At that point, did he say anything further about not running away or not hurting officers or anything?
I believe the whole time I were speaking, he was reassuring that he wasn't going to hurt nobody. He wasn't running away. Like I said, he was assuring that his dog wasn't going to bite no one. Just don't reach for his dog.
Okay. And when he requested to stand up because he was uncomfortable, what did you do then?
I actually stood Mr. Doerman up. There was a camper to the right that was away from the firearm and the children behind us. We responded over there.
And as you responded over towards the camper with the defendant, did you ask him any other questions?
I asked him just for safety if there was anyone else inside the residence at this time.
And did he respond?
He said there's no one else in the residence, and he stated that his daughter ran over towards the fire department.
And after that conversation, did you reach the camper?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And what happened when you reached the camper?
Deputy Rudd responded. He arrived on scene, and I handed him off to Deputy Rudd.
And what was the purpose of handing him to Deputy Rudd?
Deputy Rudd responded. So like I said, I handed him off, and then I turned around and tried to give aid to the children in the front yard.
Okay. And at some point after that, or any point after that, did you have further contact with the defendant?
Yes, ma'am.
And can you describe what that contact was?
So Deputy Rudd detained Mr. Doerman in the back of his car. Deputy Rudd advised that Mr. Doerman was banging his head on the window and the partition in the vehicle, so I responded back to the vehicle.
Okay. And again, for purposes of the record, we'd now be at States Exhibit 1A2. So when you responded to Deputy Rudd's vehicle, what did you do?
I asked Deputy Rudd if we had the wrap system or he had a like a safety helmet that we put on subjects if they're banging their head so they can't harm themselves in the vehicle. I asked him if he had one and advised that he did. So we went back to the vehicle. I opened the door and made contact with Mr. Doerman.
Okay. And when you made contact with the defendant at that time, did you speak with him?
Yes.
What'd you say?
I asked him what's going on. Why is he banging his head? He said it was extremely hot in the back inside the vehicle. And I asked him if I needed to put the helmet on him. He just said no. He ain't going to hurt himself. It's just hot inside the vehicle.
So when he indicated that he was just banging his head because it was hot and that he wasn't going to hurt anyone, what did you do for him?
I rolled down the windows. Mr. Doerman complained that his cuffs were too tight. So I ended up checking they weren't too tight, and I made sure that they were locked in place.
So as you were discussing essentially the temperature in the cruiser with the defendant, he indicated to you that his cuffs were too tight, and you confirmed that they were locked in place and weren't
Yes.
going to be too tight.
I just made sure they were re-locked in place. Make sure that was fine.
And after you did that,
It blows me away that they do, and they do their absolute best to make guys like this comfortable after they have been picked up or in custody. Yeah, be nice to them.
did you then also have the windows of the cruiser rolled down for
Yes,
the
ma'am.
defendant? Who rolled down the window?
Deputy Rudd.
And when he rolled down the window, do you recall how far he rolled down the window?
Maybe halfway.
And can you describe what was going on at that time when you were at the cruiser dealing with the defendant, kind of talking to him?
There are several deputies nearby. Our radios are going off. EMS is on scene. Fire trucks are on scene.
So fair to say there were multiple cruisers in the area at that time?
Yes, ma'am.
Did all of those cruisers have their engines running?
I would assume so, yes.
Okay. And you indicated that your radios were going off. Is
Yes, ma'am.
part of the uniform of the day wearing a radio?
Yes, ma'am.
And where is that radio located?
On your shoulder of your non-dominant hand.
And does every deputy who's in uniform wear one of those radios while on duty?
Yes, ma'am.
And you indicated that radio communications were continuing at this time when you had contact with the defendant. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you indicated previously that you're a canine officer, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you have your canine with you that day?
Yes.
Okay. And was your canine barking at that time?
At that time, yeah, so it was barking. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And were there any other noises or anything going on at that time that you can recall?
No, ma'am.
Now, at some point while you were at the cruiser, after having dealt with the defendant, did detectives come by?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And do you know a detective by the name of Detective Schubert?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And did Detective Schubert specifically come by the cruiser?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And did Detective Schubert ask you something at that point?
She asked if that was Mr. Doerman in the back of the car.
And are those the words he used?
I think he says that motherfucker in the back of the car.
And when Detective Schubert asked you, is that motherfucker, where were you?
I was standing, I think, near the rear door, right where Mr. Doerman would be sitting in the vehicle.
Okay.
So
And
the driver's side of the vehicle.
driver's side, rear passenger
Yeah.
door? Okay. And was the door closed?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. But you indicated the window was rolled down maybe halfway.
Yes.
And all the kind of extra noise that you just testified to, was that still going on?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And where was Detective Schubert in comparison to you when he asked that question?
He was walking by the vehicle 10, 15 feet, maybe 20 feet.
And when the detective said that, did he stop walking?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Now, did Detective Schubert say anything else to you?
He said, shut the door before I kill that motherfucker.
Okay. And so, again, the door to the cruiser was shut at that time?
Yes, ma'am.
Where was Detective Schubert when he said that?
He was continuing walking. He never stopped. He just continued walking by.
And so was he even further away from you when he made that second statement?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And when Detective Schubert said that, did the defendant give any indication that he had heard that statement?
No, ma'am.
May I have one moment, Your Honor?
Yeah, a lot of cranky people. Cops
Thank you.
staring him
Nothing
down.
further at this time. Hold on. They're going to have some questions probably.
Yeah, he's staring him down. Can you imagine? Look what they've seen. It definitely going to flare people up.
Good morning. How you doing?
Was your canine deployed with you as you approached the house?
No, sir.
It stayed in your vehicle
Yes, sir.
throughout the whole time you were on scene.
Yes, sir.
As you approached with Deputy Sparks this scene, I think you've mentioned that you saw, did you first see Mr. Doerman sitting on that concrete stoop?
Yes, sir.
And it's just a short 8 or 10 inch high kind of concrete pad leading right into one of the entry doors of the house.
Yes, sir.
And as you approached, you and Deputy Sparks were hollering commands fairly consistently.
Yes, sir.
You each had weapons drawn.
Yes, sir.
And as you begin to approach and bring him into your eyesight, taking care for safety and procedure, coming up at an angle, right?
Yes, sir.
When you first saw him, were you roughly the distance of this longer width of this courtroom, or even further?
Probably a little bit farther, sir.
And approach both you and Deputy Sparks, guns drawn, commands being hollered. You're obviously being cautious, you're worried.
Yes, sir.
Sadly, the mom, the wife, is crying, screaming. Remember those sounds?
Yes, sir.
You and Deputy Sparks are the first law enforcement responders at the scene.
Correct.
Others are others arriving around the time you're getting close to that concrete stoop?
No, sir.
And as you approach a distance longer than the long width of this courtroom, Mr. Doerman took no step, took no action that was threatening in any way.
Correct. Like I said, he didn't. He just raised his hands.
The gun you mentioned was the hunting rifle,
Yes, sir.
and it was within his reach,
Yes, sir.
but not in his hand.
Correct.
He never made a move to reach for the gun.
Correct.
His wife, that was to his left. His wife was to his right, maybe no further than we are together in this courtroom.
Correct.
That's what do you think, 10, 12 feet?
Approximately.
And all the while, he sat there. He didn't yell back at you, did he?
No, sir.
He seemed kind of stunned, didn't he?
He was just like just raising his hands. I mean, he wasn't saying nothing. I don't know if he was stunned. I don't know how he was acting. Like he wasn't being aggressive or anything in that means. But
And even as you got to the point where your cohort Deputy Sparks could reach and touch, grasp, put him onto the ground, belly down, right?
correct.
Then he's cuffed, and you said you cuffed him,
Yes, sir.
and take him a distance maybe from where I stand to the judge's bench, which is where that little house trailer, that little recreation vehicle.
Yes, sir.
And then you pass him off to Deputy Rudd is now at the scene.
Correct.
And Deputy Rudd has to walk him some distance down to the end of the driveway, turn left,
Yes.
and walk a pretty good distance up to where his vehicle is parked, right?
Correct.
And then later, how much later was it that you got alerted to the headbang robbery?
I couldn't tell you how long it was between there and
Things were chaotic. Time passes strangely, if I can put it that way, in that kind of chaos. Is that fair?
That's fair.
And it wasn't right away. It wasn't, within minutes that you were alerted to the headbang. It wasn't.
No, sir.
And when you got down to where Deputy Rudd had Mr. Doerman in the back of his cruiser, it was a hot day, hot summer day,
Yes, sir.
and the windows were up in the cruiser.
Yes, sir.
There was no air conditioner running in his cruiser.
Air conditioning runs. I just don't think there's any rear vents in that vehicle. So
Do you even know if the vehicle was on?
when I was there, the vehicle was on. Yes, sir.
And when Detective Schubert walked by, how long do you think it was between your initial interaction with Mr. Doerman about the cuffs and the heat in the back of the cruiser?
Within a couple of minutes, like I said, I was after I was done dealing with him, I was in the process of like shutting the door when Detective Schubert passed.
And as he's walking past, do you remember whether the door had already closed? Or
I was shutting it, or it was already like it was shut by the time he was passed.
And that's of course depicted in the body cam. That's going to go into evidence here.
Yes, sir.
And did you have a chance to review that body cam to
I-
refresh your record?
I have not watched that body cam almost since after the day it happened.
And the body cam, of course, speaks for itself, but is it your recollection that Detective Schubert is he's walking from the driveway down towards other houses and other law enforcement.
So how we were parked, like you mentioned earlier, if you leave the driveway, you hang a left on the roadway, and he was headed up from the roadway past our vehicles. Like he was walking towards the rear of our vehicles, not back towards the residence.
Right, he's walking away from the residence.
Yes, sir.
And Deputy Rudd's vehicle was an SUV,
Yes, sir.
and it was to Schubert's left.
Yes, sir.
And as Detective Schubert walked by that vehicle, might begin to approach you.
Yeah, that's fine.
How far away do you think he was when he made those statements?
I do believe they're going to be showing his interrogation. I'm looking forward to that because I really would like to know what he has to say for himself.
If he passed the car, I would say maybe about where the stand for the judge is, sir.
Could he have, as he walked by, could he have touched the side of the cruiser? Was he that close?
I don't believe so, because I was standing in between him and the cruiser.
You heard what he said.
Yes, sir.
Does it seem uncommon to you a little bit? He was agitated?
I'd say so, or at least upset.
Do you have a sense of how much time passed then between those comments made by Detective Schubert and when you left that vicinity of the Deputy Rudd's cruiser?
I couldn't tell you, sir, because after I was done dealing with him, a lot of us that were the first ones responded just stayed in that area. I'm not saying I stayed right next to Deputy Rudd's patrol vehicle, but I'm pretty sure I was parked directly behind Deputy Rudd, so I was in that area until.
And do you have a sense of how much time passed between the comments made by Detective Schubert and when Mr. Doerman left the scene in custody of one of your colleagues?
No, sir.
It was some period of time, fair to say. I mean, it wasn't like.
It wasn't immediately. Yeah, it wasn't immediately after Detective Schubert made the comment, but I couldn't tell you if it was 10 minutes or 20 minutes. Thank you.
Did you redirect?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
All right, thank you, Deputy. You can step down.
Thank you, Judge.
Yeah, sits there like, oh, I'm just stunned by what I did. He's a monster. He is a monster. Won't make eye contact with anybody. Stare off into space. Monster.
Judge, prior to his testimony, may I inquire whether I have not asked him whether he would care to be videotaped or not.
I'm sorry?
I have not asked Deputy Rudd whether he prefers to be videotaped or not. May I ask him prior to his testimony?
Yes.
Thank you.
POS, guys.
Go right ahead.
Yes, sir.
Holy, he's shiny.
Morning. Would you please say your name and spell your name for the record?
Deputy Jeffrey Rudd, J-E.
Jeffrey Rudd is shiny.
R-U-D-D.
And where do you work, sir?
Claremont County Sheriff's Office.
And how long have you worked there?
Total of 22 years.
Okay. And prior to that, did you have any law enforcement experience, sir?
I did part-time at the village of Felicity PD while I was working at the jail.
Okay. How'd you go about becoming a deputy for Claremont County, sir?
I spent 5 years in the jail. During that time, I went to the basic police academy, then got a POTA certified.
Okay. Would you please describe briefly for the court your ranks or positions that you have held for Claremont County Sheriff's Department?
I've held the rank of deputy my entire career.
Okay, great. Currently, what is your assignment?
Traffic safety unit.
Great, thank you. June 15th of 2023, were you working for Claremont County?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what were your duties on that day, sir?
Regular patrol.
Just regular patrol? Okay. And what was your shift, if you recall?
It's 8 in the morning to 6 in the evening.
Okay. What was your dress? Was it uniform of the day?
Uniform of the day.
And what would you typically wear as a uniform of the day?
My uniform typically of the day is a pair of black BDU pants with a black BDU shirt.
Okay. Clearly marked police, etc.
Yes, sir.
Gun belt, radio.
Gun belt, radio, has sheriff's patches on the sides.
Okay. Thank you. Now, sir, you're on patrol. What type of vehicle were you driving?
A Ford Explorer that's marked with yellow stripes, has the big sheriff star on the doors.
Okay.
Lights on top.
So an Explorer type cruiser that we're all familiar with?
Yes, sir.
Okay, great. Thank you. Did you have a partner on the day in question?
No, sir.
Okay. At the time of this incident, June 15th, were you equipped with a body cam device, a camera?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And where would that be positioned on your body, sir?
Where it's at right now, at the center of my chest.
Okay. Is that the same body cam?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And sir, was it working on that day, if you recall?
Yes, sir, it was.
Okay. And of course, the incident we're here to discuss, was your body cam on when you were at the scene?
When I was at the scene?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. And sir, you had the opportunity to review the footage of the scene?
Yes,
The
sir.
day in question. Okay. Is it a fair and accurate reflection of what occurred on that day?
Yes, sir.
Okay, great. Let's see. So referring back, June 15th, about 4 p.m., did you become involved in the investigation of an unfortunate shooting of 3 children in the area of 1965 Laurel Lindale Road?
Yes, sir, I did.
Okay. And that, of course, is the incident we were speaking about. How did you become involved in that investigation, sir?
I was finishing up a traffic stop on Linda Mount Holly Road, which is roughly probably 5 or 10 miles away from where the incident occurred. While I was finishing up the traffic stop, I overheard on my radio of the incident that came out. I finished my traffic stop and immediately went en route to the scene.
Okay. And once you began going to the scene, were you updated on possibly what was going on at the scene?
We was.
Okay. And how were you updated in that way?
Our communications center let us know over the radio that it was possibly a grandfather shooting. Then we got reports of the fire department that's pretty much right across the street was being shot at. Then we got told that there was a male out in the front yard shooting. And then that's when 2 of the deputies arrived on scene not too long after that.
Okay. Were you notified that other deputies had arrived prior to your arrival?
Yes, sir.
Now, sir, although we're not playing them, I'm going to refer during your testimony to some.
So I was just thinking the Amazon, that's where these guys need to be dropped. That little island. And yeah, if they're convicted, instead of putting them in the Huskow, drop them on that little island and feed the needy. I mean, why not?
Times from our previously stipulated states exhibits 2A and 2B, that would be your body cam, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So your body cam in this case actually is recorded in it's 2 separate pieces of footage. Is that fair to say?
Yes, sir.
Okay. But again, you stated accurate reflects your time on scene.
Yes.
Right, thank you. Once you arrived, where did you park, sir?
I parked on Laurel Lindale Road behind 2 police cruisers that were already on scene.
Okay. And how did you proceed once you arrived?
Once I arrived, I got out of my car. I proceeded to walk up to the gravel driveway. As I was walking up the gravel driveway, to my left, Deputy Sparks was performing CPR on one of the children in the front yard. When I walked past him, I looked up, I seen Deputy Popham had the defendant already handcuffed and was standing up against a shed, I believe.
Okay. And about 30 seconds into the footage of States 2A, is that when you reached the defendant and put him into custody?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what'd you do once you reached the defendant?
Once I reached the defendant, I grabbed him by his left arm. I walked him back down the driveway, out on the Laurel Lindale Road, and walked him back to my cruiser.
Okay. And when we say the defendant, do you see that person here in the courtroom here today?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Would you please point to him and describe what he's wearing?
Gray suit jacket.
Record will reflect identification of Mr. Doerman.
Okay. You said you took him by the left arm and walked him back out on the Laurel Lindale and down to your cruiser. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And from about 1:07 to 1:13 time frame of states 2A, did you have a discussion at that point with the defendant?
As I was walking him back to the car, the defendant asked about his wallet in his back pocket.
Okay. Was this in response to any question by you, sir?
No, sir.
Okay. So he just asked that of his own volition?
Yes, sir.
Right, thank you. Did you answer him?
I did.
And what'd you say, sir?
I told him to shut up. And also during that, I told him he had the right to remain silent to fucking use it.
I'm sorry, what was that last comment? You said you.
I told him he had the
Told
right to remain silent to fucking use it.
Okay. And did he respond to you, sir?
He did.
And what did he say?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what did you take that yes, sir to mean?
That he understood I didn't want him to talk.
Okay. Did he say anything further to you at that time, sir?
No, sir.
Okay. And about 1:16 into states 2A is when he said, yes, sir. Is that correct?
Yes.
That'd be 1:16 in. Okay, thank you. How'd you proceed at that point once he says yes, sir, sir?
Once I got him back to my car, I patted him down due to policy and procedure. I took out a wallet, a set of keys, and a can of dip. I set those items on the rear bumper of my cruiser. I then placed him in the rear of my cruiser,
Okay. And which door did you place him in, sir?
the driver's side passenger.
Okay. So this is a 4-door Ford Explorer. So it'd be the rear door on the passenger side?
Driver's side.
Driver's side, excuse me, driver's side.
The passenger side, there was a deep ditch I didn't want to walk him down into.
Okay, great. Thank you. At that time, did you have any discussion with him or ask him any questions, sir?
No, sir.
And you described that you walked him from initially where he was placed in cuffs back to your cruiser. Did he resist you in any way, sir, during that time?
No, sir.
Okay. Did he pull away?
None at all.
Was he able to follow your commands?
Yes, sir.
And you described the discussion that you had with him briefly, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. During that walk and quite frankly, during the time on scene, what was his demeanor, if you can describe it for the court?
He was very calm, just like a normal day.
Okay.
He didn't seem agitated, wasn't confused, just calm as could be.
Did it appear to you that he understood what was going on?
He did.
Once the defendant's placed in the cruiser, you place his wallet, et cetera, into evidence. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. I placed it in a brown paper bag.
Okay. Now, during the entire time that you were at the scene there with the defendant in your cruiser, are you in his vicinity, sir?
Yes, sir.
Did you ever go anywhere else?
I would walk back and forth between other officers. They were asking me for stuff, but I was never that far away from the car.
Okay, well, you were within about 15, 20 feet of that cruiser the entire time you were there. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Now, about 7 minutes, 12 seconds in the state's Exhibit 2A, you're able to hear some radio chatter. Hey, Chad. What was that in relation to, sir?
They were asking Deputy Popham for something over my police radio that I had on my shoulder.
Okay, so that wouldn't be referring to the defendant. Is that correct?
No, sir.
Who also happens to have the first name Chad. Is that correct?
Correct.
Thank you. And now, moving on to previously stipulated State's Exhibit 2B. This would be your second set of footage. About 11:25 in, the defendant stated to you, you're able to hear, hey, can I go outside? Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember that?
I really hope we get to see this footage. I think it will open our eyes a little bit more as to what was going on in this butthead's brain and why he thinks he should be able to get rid of his confession. He confessed. He was sitting there with the weapon with 3 unalive children in the yard.
That?
I do.
Okay. Was that in response to any questioning by you, sir?
No, sir.
No. Okay. And how were you able to hear him? Was his window down just a little bit?
At that time, it was not, but I had the back hatch to the Explorer open. Because that way I could see him a little bit better.
Okay, so you can hear through that, sir?
Vaguely,
Meaning-
yes.
I'm sorry, meaning in that passenger compartment, you could hear.
You can hear him.
Thank you. Did you respond to him?
I asked him what.
Okay. Other than that, did you have any discussion, sir?
No, sir.
Now, at about 17:35 in the State's Exhibit 2B, you call out, hey, Chad, and the defendant responds, something, but it appears he says something to you. Do you recall that, sir?
I do vaguely.
Okay. Were you calling out to Deputy Popham?
Yes.
Okay. And would you explain that to the court?
While I was in the back of my cruiser watching the defendant, I noticed that he started to bang his head on the front part of my cage that separates the driver compartment to the rear compartment. And that's when I yelled for Deputy Popham to come to assist me in making sure that he didn't harm himself.
Okay. And did Deputy Popham, in fact, respond?
He did.
Great, thank you. What happened once Deputy Popham responded, sir?
When Deputy Popham got there, I went to the back of my cruiser. We have a padded helmet that we can put on a suspect to keep him from harming himself. So I went back and got that. At that time, Deputy Popham opened the door. When the door got open, the defendant said it was hot as crap back here and that his cuffs hurt.
Okay. Just prior to Deputy Popham actually making it to that door, did you actually go to get that helmet, sir?
I did.
Okay. And at that time, about 18:07, so it's 18 minutes, 7 seconds in the State's Exhibit 2B, did the defendant yell out, "Take my ass to jail"?
He did.
Okay. So was that in response to anyone asking him a question, or was that just a voluntary statement of his?
It was just a voluntary statement if I asked him anything.
Okay. Did you respond to him at all?
I did not.
Did you ask him any questions based on that?
I did not.
Okay. And at that point, then about 18 minutes, 23 seconds into the footage of State's Exhibit 2B, is that when Deputy Popham was able to arrive?
Yes.
Oh, great, thank you. And would you please explain to the court the interaction between you and Deputy Popham and the defendant at that point once Popham arrives and opens that door?
Once he opened the door, the defendant said that it was hot as crap back here, that his cuffs hurt. Deputy Popham then went to adjust his cuffs, get them a little bit looser, and to double lock them. That way, when he sits back, they don't automatically clamp down on his arm.
Okay.
I was asked to turn the AC on in the cruiser. However, my particular car does not have rear AC.
Okay.
So it does get quite warm back there. So I did go up to the front. We turned the front AC on, full blast, and then we rolled the windows about halfway down.
Great. Other than the defendant asking if his cuffs would be loosened, did he say anything else, sir?
No, sir.
Okay. Do you recall him saying, "I will not hurt anyone. I will not hurt a cop," or anything?
He did say that quite often.
Okay. Did he say, "I'm not going to hurt anyone. I'm not going to hurt myself"?
He did.
Okay. Were you able to hear that because the door was open? He was speaking.
The door was open at that time, yes.
Okay. So you heard that clearly, sir?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. What did you take those statements to mean from the defendant, if anything?
That he knew right from wrong, that he didn't want to hurt nobody else, that he wanted to comply with what we was saying to him.
Okay. Now, Deputy Popham was the one that was actually physically interacting with the defendant. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you go around the cruiser to help adjust his seatbelt?
I opened up the passenger door to hand Deputy Popham the other part of the seatbelt.
Okay. And why'd you go over there?
The seatbelt it's a long seatbelt. It's not your typical car seatbelt. So it's really loose. So when you undo it, it kind of has a tendency to go across on the other side of the cruiser. I didn't want Deputy Popham to have to reach across. So I went around to the passenger side and handed the.
So now both doors are open. Is that fair to say?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Were you able to hear any conversation between Deputy Popham and the defendant at that time?
No.
Did Deputy Popham ask him anything other than in relation to his cuffs?
No, sir.
Okay. Did you ask him anything?
No, sir.
Did the defendant say anything else?
No, sir.
Did you recall?
No, not that I recall, no.
But during that time period, was he able to follow commands?
He was.
Okay. Did he seem disoriented, out of it?
No, sir.
Did he seem to know what he was doing? I mean, he said he was hot. He was aware he was hot.
Yeah, he said he was hot, that he didn't want to hurt nobody. So
He was aware that his cuffs were a little tight. Is that fair to say?
he was aware his cuffs were tight also, yes.
Thank you, sir. Okay. Sir, are you familiar with or do you know a person by the name of Detective Sean Schubert?
I am.
Okay. Did you happen to see Detective Sean Schubert on the scene that day?
I did.
Okay. Was he in the area while Deputy Popham was adjusting the defendant's seatbelt, cuffs, etc.?
He was walking down Laurel Lindale to his IMV car.
To his IMV car. Okay. Well, let's discuss that, sir. So, if you were looking at your vehicle on the passenger side and the defendant is here, let's say, which way would he have been walking? Towards the house or towards his vehicle?
towards his vehicle,
Okay,
away from the scene.
Away from the scene. So that would be toward your hatchback. Is that fair to say?
Yes,
In the direction of your hatchback?
yes.
Okay. Where was he, if you recall? You say he's in that direction, but where was he in relation to you, sir?
He was, so it's a 2-lane road.
Mhm.
He was on the opposite side of the traffic, and he was probably 15, 20 feet as he was walking past us.
He was past you?
Yeah, he was past us.
Okay. Do you recall him saying?
I did.
Okay. And whom was he speaking to? Do you know? Could you tell?
I really couldn't tell.
Okay. And what did he say, sir?
He just asked if that was him.
Okay. Do you recall specifically what he said, sir?
He specifically said, "Is that the motherfucker?"
Okay. Did he say anything else?
He did. He said, "Shut the door before I kill the fucker."
Okay. Gotcha. And that would have been about 19 minutes and 30 seconds in the state's Exhibit 2B. Is that fair to say?
Yes, sir.
Okay, great. Now, Detective Schubert, as he was saying that, was he walking towards you or was he walking away?
He was walking away.
Okay, did he turn around and stop to say that, or did he kind of say it over his shoulder?
He said it over his shoulder as he continued to walk.
Okay. Was he yelling? Was he screaming, or was it just more
It was just normal conversation tone.
Okay, just
How me and you was talking right now.
okay. Now, straight down. Did Detective Schubert ever stop and come back and confront the defendant in any way?
No, sir.
Okay. To your knowledge, did the defendant ever acknowledge that he heard what Detective Schubert said?
No, sir.
Did
I
he
was
ever-
right by the back door. He never acknowledged it all.
Okay. Were you looking at the defendant? Did you happen to notice if he saw? Or
No, I was not looking at him.
Did he give you any indication at all?
No, sir.
Thank you. All right. Now, just in speaking about the general area around the cruiser, what was the surrounding sound like? What was it like at the scene on that day?
It was very loud. You had numerous cars running. My car in particular had the AC on full blast.
Okay.
It had the radio inside the car on.
Okay.
You had dogs barking. You had birds. You had ambulances going back and forth. You had several officers walking up and down the street with their radios on. They were talking. It was very loud.
Okay, so the radio that you were wearing on that day, you have a radio in your car, and you also have a personal radio. Is that fair to say?
Yes, sir.
And is it similar to the one you're carrying today?
It's the same one.
I'm sorry, wearing today?
It's the same one.
Same one, okay. And at the scene, sir, were you and all other deputies on the scene, were you on the same channel?
Some were on our private channel, which is C1.
Okay.
And then some of the officers were on regular primary channel,
Okay.
which I was on primary.
Okay. So while you're on primary or on another channel, are you in control at all of what's coming on over the radio?
No, sir.
Okay. And does that sound come out of the handset that's by your ear?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So if in fact you and another officer beside you were on the same channel and you received information, it's actually two radios playing at the same time. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So that's even louder. Is that fair to say?
Yes, sir.
Now, sir, how long have you used a cruiser of the type that you were driving that day?
Probably the last 10 years.
Okay. So you're pretty familiar with the one you were driving on the day in question. Is that fair to say?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now you described that the tailgate was open. Is there a partition between that back passenger area and the trunk area, for lack of a better word?
There's a thick piece of plexiglass.
Okay. Are you able to hear through that, sir?
You can, but you have to yell quite loud. You really can't hear it if you're just talking normal.
Okay. And you said that there's a partition, I believe, between the driver's area and that rear passenger area. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. It's another thick piece of plexiglass.
Okay. It's not like bulletproof glass, right?
No,
But it's pretty thick.
it's pretty thick.
It's fair to say. Were you able to hear the defendant though when he yelled loudly?
You can't hear him if they yell loud enough.
Great. As you described before, when he yelled to take my ass to jail. Is that fair to say?
Yes, sir.
Now, following the interaction with Deputy Popham that you described, et cetera, did you again remain near the cruiser?
I did.
Okay. And did the defendant on occasion exclaim or yell or say things you were able to hear?
He was yelling stuff that
Okay. About 30 minutes, 10 seconds in the state's exhibit 2B. Do you recall the defendant exclaiming something and then just yelling, "Take me to jail"?
I do.
Okay. Was that in response to any question? Was that in response to or was that just voluntary, sir?
It was just voluntary. Nobody asked him nothing.
Okay. And about 32 minutes, 22 seconds in the state's exhibit 2B. Do you recall the defendant exclaiming something that sounds a bit like, "She started the whole fight with me"? Do you recall that?
I do.
Okay. And then he continues to yell some things, but were you able to understand what he was saying?
Not really. Ever like mumbles.
Okay. About 35 minutes even in the state's exhibit 2B, the defendant calls out, "Hey, bud." Do you know who he was yelling to, sir?
I have no idea. I don't know if he was yelling to me.
Okay. Did you respond to him?
I did.
Okay. What'd you say?
I asked him what.
Okay. Did you have any other discussion at that point?
He never answered me.
Okay. Thank you. So do you have any idea what that was in reference to?
I have no idea.
About 35 minutes and 23 seconds in the state's exhibit 2B to 40 minutes, 40 seconds in the state's exhibit 2B. So about 5-6 minutes there. It appears sound goes off on your body camera footage. Can you explain that for the court?
So Lieutenant White came up to me and we started discussing on how we was going to get my cruiser out. So when we started discussing tactical and strategies on that, I went in and I muted my body cam.
Okay. Was that for any purpose other than to just keep that tactical discussion off of camera?
Just to keep that private.
Okay. And I do believe I misstated something, sir. That was 23 minutes, 23 seconds in the state's exhibit 2B to about 46 minutes, 21 seconds. Pardon me. But during that time period is the discussion you just described for the court?
Yes, I was just trying to figure out if family members were still up near the firehouse, which I would have to go up, make a U-turn to come back. I didn't want to put my cruiser anywhere near the family just for safety reasons.
So for the safety of yourself, the defendant, everyone?
Yes, sir.
Great. And about 46:21, the sound comes back on. Did you do that, sir?
I did.
About 40 minutes, 40 seconds in the state's exhibit 2B, it appears that you enter your cruiser and start the engine and begin to pull off. Where were you going, sir?
I was heading back to the Claremont County Sheriff's Office.
Okay. And was that a part of the discussion you discussed that you just described about where you were going to go, how you were going to get the defendant
Yes,
away,
sir.
et cetera? Okay. Did you stop along the way?
I did.
Okay. And do you recall why?
As I was transporting the defendant, I could see him in my rear view mirror. I noticed that the seatbelt had came off, and then I noticed what appeared to me that he was trying to wrap the seatbelt around his neck.
Okay. But either way, something was going on with the seatbelt. You wanted to stop.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that would be about 49 minutes and 5 seconds in the state's exhibit 2B. Is that fair to say?
Yes, sir.
Okay, great. Were you alone at that time?
I was.
Okay. Was anyone following you?
Detective Ross was following behind me.
Okay. And how did you proceed once you see the defendant sort of?
We came to the intersection of Lake Cock Cutoff and State Route 222.
Okay.
I notified my communications center that I was stopping because the defendant had gotten out of the seatbelt. I got out of my cruiser. When I got out, Detective Ross pulled up behind me. He also got out. I got a pair of gloves out of my back of my hatch. I walked back up, opened the driver's side passenger door, and told the defendant to sit back while I adjusted his seatbelt.
Did he say anything to you at that time, sir?
He just said his cuffs were hurting so bad he couldn't sit back.
Okay. How'd you respond?
I told him that he had to sit back. So he then sat back. I repositioned the seatbelt and made it tighter to where he wouldn't be able to slip out of it.
Okay. Did you adjust his cuffs at all?
I did not.
They had already been double locked so that they wouldn't be tight. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Did you have any other discussion with the defendant at that time?
I did not.
Okay. He was able to follow your command to sit back?
He did.
Thank you. Did Detective Ross have any conversation with him at that time?
No, sir.
Ask him any questions? Did he say anything else?
No, sir.
Thank you. Okay. After you closed the door, sir, how'd you proceed?
Got back in the driver's seat, continued on down to the Claremont County Sheriff's Office. When I pulled into the sheriff's office, I waited a few minutes for another deputy to come out. Once the other deputy came out, we got the defendant out of the back of the cruiser, walked him into the sheriff's office. into the investigative office and set him down into an interview room.
Okay, and that would have occurred about 1 hour, 8 minutes, and 20 seconds in the State's Exhibit 2B. Is that fair to say you arrive and then the rest happens?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And at that time, was the defendant able to follow your directions?
He
You
was.
walked him into the sheriff's office?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did you take him directly to IMV?
I took him straight into IMV where he was set down in an interview room.
Okay. And at that point, sir, did he fight with you? Was he able to follow commands?
He followed all commands. He didn't resist at all.
Thank you, sir. And would that conclude basically your involvement in this investigation, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay. One moment, please, Your Honor.
That sounds like a great members live.
Your Honor, I have no further questions for this witness. Thank you.
Cross-examination.
Thank you, Judge. Morning, David.
Morning.
Just a couple real quick. Did you have a chance to review these body-worn camera recordings to refresh your recollection for today's testimony?
I did.
And did you do that with the times specific that were specified to you during your direct examination?
Yes, sir.
And I believe you testified at one point in time, you went to the rear of the vehicle and opened the rear hatch. It's an SUV, right? It's not a four-door cruiser.
Correct.
And you went to the rear and had the hatch open, right?
Yes, sir.
And like the Ford Explorer, I think you said it was.
Yes, sir.
Hinged at the top, so when it opens, it's you got that whole wide opening between you and the rear storage compartment of the Ford Explorer.
Yes, sir.
And as you've already described, there is some plexiglass that would be the back seat of that car up to the roof, correct?
Yes, sir.
But also during your direct exam, you said at one point you could hear Mr. Doerman making comments.
As he was yelling, yes.
Well, all and only when he was yelling?
Yeah, when he was talking normally, it was more of mumbles. You really couldn't understand much what he said.
Well, you could.
True.
But you knew he was talking.
You could hear him talking.
And have you ever sat in the back of your own cruiser with
I
doors
have.
closed, air conditioner running, see
I have.
what you can hear?
Not to see how much I could hear, but I have sat in the back of those.
It'd be fair to say that many of the questions that you were just asked on direct, talking about the ambient sounds, the other sounds, it's all perhaps a question, what could or could not have been heard from that rear compartment of your SUV?
Sure.
And by the time Deputy Schubert walked by, the window had already been rolled down on the driver's side rear seat.
It was halfway down, yes.
And that's depicted in the video. Don't you see that?
Yes.
And it was open when Deputy Schubert walked by.
What was open?
The window.
Yes.
And Detective Schubert was angry.
Yes.
And he wasn't talking low and polite. He was walking by, firm stride, angry.
I guess.
Well, you repeated already what he said.
Right.
And you don't know, in your own mind, you don't know whether Mr. Doerman heard that or not, do you?
He needs to stand by the mic.
I'm sorry.
I couldn't say that or not.
Any redirect? Nothing at this time. All right, thank you.
Oh, don't sit there and look like you're just being demonized. You are a demon. I don't even like looking at his face. It's a whole bunch of poor me all over it. Poor Chad. Look what I did. Good God, man. Well, allegedly, he did this because he wanted his wife to suffer. He assumed she was having some kind of affair. That's what's been out there. Whether or not this is the whole truth and nothing but the truth, I have no idea. I think I heard once that he said he had been wanting to do this for a while. So we'll see if we learn anything through this on top of what we already know.
Yes, sir.
Good morning, Detective.
Morning.
Can you please state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Yes, Detective Michael Ross, ROSS,
And how are you employed, sir?
with the Claremont County Sheriff's Office.
And how long have you been employed by the Claremont County Sheriff's Office?
About 26 years now.
And what is your current assignment?
I'm assigned as a detective to the investigative unit.
How long have you been in the investigative unit?
Approximately 3 years.
And what are your duties as an investigator with the Claremont County Sheriff's Office?
I investigate crimes against people and property, including things like homicide, robberies, burglaries, rapes, and other minor crimes.
Can you describe for the court the investigative unit? Like how many deputies are assigned to that unit?
Sure. We have 9 detectives. We're a plainclothes unit. We are assigned cases that go above and beyond things that the general patrol could not handle. But because we're only a 9-man unit, when something major occurs, everybody would respond to the scene and assist in some type of way.
And when the entire unit responds to a scene, how do you know what your job is on scene?
Tasks are given to us from a supervisor.
And is there any training required to be both a deputy and specifically an investigator with the Claremont County Sheriff's Office?
Sure, yeah. To be a police officer, obviously you got to be certified through APATA. But as a detective, my training continues every year through EAPATA training and things like that. I've also been to homicide school. I've been to the Reed technique class. I've been to a class called Detecting Deception, and other, lots of other trainings and things like that that probably wouldn't be relevant to this.
Okay. And you indicated you've been to the Reed technique class.
Yes.
What is the Reed technique?
The Reed technique is an interview technique or an interview structured interview process where there's some fact analysis, then there's an interview, and then potentially an interrogation. The Reed class was beneficial to me because it also teaches a lot about verbal, nonverbal, and paralingual cues that people might give you while you're interviewing them.
So you've indicated you've gone to the Reed technique school, interrogation tactics, homicide school, detecting deception. At all of those trainings, are interrogations addressed one way or the other?
Yes, interview where it's non-confrontational, and then sometimes that leads into an interrogation where you directly confront people.
And during your time as an investigator, how many interviews have you conducted or been a part of?
As a detective, I've been involved in hundreds of interviews. If you include my time on road patrol, it's probably in the thousands.
And pursuant to your experience in training, can you please describe some of the various interview tactics that you have used both on road patrol and as an investigator?
Sure. Sometimes it's just an interview where I'm collecting, I'm getting information and it ends there. But sometimes that leads into an interrogation where I directly confront people and I'm confrontational. Sometimes I use tactics where I develop rapport with somebody and connect with the suspect so they feel trust and will tell me things that they otherwise wouldn't. Unfortunately, a tactic that works well for me is victim blaming. Sometimes when you blame the victim, that will get them to tell you things that they wouldn't say. I'm trying to think of some other tactics maybe that I might have used, but that's.
Have you heard the phrase good cop, bad cop?
Yes, that is also, if you have multiple detectives available to help in the interview, one of the detectives sometimes will, like I said, connect and develop rapport and be the good cop, so to speak, and then the other detective at the right time will confront the suspect and be the bad cop, so to speak.
And were you so employed as an investigator with the Claremont County Sheriff's Department on or about June 15th of 2023?
Yes.
And at approximately 4 p.m. on that day, did a call come in involving the shooting deaths of 3 children at 1965 Laurel and Dale Road in Richmond
Yes, I think it was 4:16
at 4:16 p.m.?
p.m. Yes.
And where were you when that call came in?
I was at my desk in investigations at the sheriff's office. We have a radio that plays the dispatch communications, and I heard the call go out.
And so what information were you initially made aware of?
Initially, it came out that a grandfather was shooting his family, and then I think they updated that it was a father shooting his family, and then another update was that maybe firefighters or a fire station was getting shot at, but things were coming in very quickly and changing.
And you indicated that as an investigator, normally you are not first on scene. You're not getting that initial dispatch. So when you heard this dispatch, what did you do? What were you thinking?
Well, I'm also a member of the SRT team, and I immediately thought that this could quickly turn into an SRT call out.
What is SRT?
The Special Response Team. It's a multi-jurisdictional team of operators and equipment and things like that.
So what's sometimes described as a SWAT team, for
Yeah,
example?
sorry. In other words, it's a SWAT team. We handle managed situations that the typical road patrol wouldn't be able to handle because they don't have the training and equipment.
And based on what you were hearing from the initial dispatches, what made you think that it might be an SRT or SWAT situation?
Just from my experiences over the years, that an active shooter could quickly turn into a barricaded shooter and could quickly be beyond the capabilities of the responding road units.
So because of your concerns with it potentially turning into an SRT situation and being on duty as an investigator, what did you do?
I responded directly to the scene.
And you responded directly to 1965 Laurel and Dale?
1965 Laurel and Dale, yes.
And what did you find upon your arrival?
When I arrived there, the scene had already been secured with caution tape. There was a perimeter set up. The suspect was already in the back of Deputy Rudd's vehicle. So I did not go inside that perimeter. I stayed at the driveway and the roadway outside the perimeter and waited for Sergeant Crouch to assess what was going on and give me the task that he would give me.
So was this one of those situations where the entire investigative unit was called out and responded to the scene initially?
Yes.
And so when you were waiting outside the perimeter, were you waiting with other investigators?
As they were arriving and other police departments and other deputies, yes, outside the scene though.
And you indicated you waited for further orders from Sergeant Crouch. Would that be the detective sergeant with your investigative unit?
Yes, he's my direct supervisor.
And once you were on scene and Sergeant Crouch arrived, were you tasked with a specific job to do on scene?
I was a couple tasks. My first task was to interview back and let Sergeant Crouch know that I was done. And he asked me to respond to the sheriff's office and interview the suspect.
And at that time, were you aware of who the suspect was?
Yes, Chad Doerman.
And were you aware of his relation to the individuals involved?
Yes, Chad Doerman is the father to the deceased children.
And are you going to stipulate identification?
Yes, stipulated to identification of Mr. Doerman in this court.
Record will reflect identification of Mr. Doerman.
Thank you. And when tasked with interviewing the defendant, did you immediately respond to the sheriff's office?
I did. I followed Deputy Rudd though.
And so when, as an investigator, are you in a marked cruiser, what we typically think of with the sheriff's emblem, lights on top, things like that?
No, I'm in a black Ford Taurus. It's not marked.
Okay. And so you would not actually transport suspects yourself from scenes?
No, I don't have the capability to transport because there's not a secured area in the back. It's just a regular vehicle.
Okay. And you were aware that the defendant was in custody in Deputy Rudd's vehicle, correct?
Yes.
And you were aware that Deputy Rudd was going to be transporting the defendant to the sheriff's office?
Yes.
So you indicated that you followed Deputy Rudd's vehicle to the sheriff's office.
I did.
Now, as you followed Deputy Rudd's cruiser to the sheriff's office, were any stops made?
He did stop. He made some comments he told dispatch that he needed to stop and readjust the seatbelt because the passenger in the back seat was messing with the seatbelt or doing something with the seatbelt. So he did pull over at the intersection of Lake Hot Cutoff and 222.
And when he pulled over, what did you do?
I pulled over behind him and just was there to assist if he needed any help, but he didn't.
And while you were there to assist, did you observe Deputy Rudd's interactions with the defendant?
Yeah, he opened the door, readjusted the seatbelt on the defendant, and then he got back in his car and continued to the sheriff's office, and I continued to follow.
Did you hear Deputy Rudd ask any questions of the defendant at the time?
He didn't ask him any questions, no.
Did you ask any questions at that time?
I did not.
Now, you kind of already indicated that your unit is a plainclothes unit. What do you mean by plainclothes?
I wear what I'm wearing today, every day. I have a badge and a gun.
So basically, a business casual dress, and you do have your badge on your belt, and as well as your gun.
Yes.
Are you always in a suit jacket, or?
No, I typically will wear a suit jacket for grand jury or court. My everyday I would take the jacket off and I would be wearing my shirt and tie and dress pants.
So as a plainclothes detective, are you equipped with a body worn camera like your uniformed deputies are?
No, I do not wear a body camera.
Now, were you able to follow Deputy Rudd's vehicle all the way to the sheriff's office?
I did.
And when you arrived at the sheriff's office, where did you go?
I parked where I typically park, where the detectives park. Deputy Rudd stopped at the back door entrance where they typically will bring people in for an interview. So I parked in a different area, and I went ahead inside to the sheriff's office to prepare myself for the interview and to prepare the interview room for the interview.
And when you say you were going to prepare the interview room for the interview, what do you mean?
Well, I needed to activate the DVR recorder and timestamp it, and then again, just start mentally preparing myself, things that I wanted to ask and do, and prepare myself for the interview.
And since you went inside to prepare the interview room, let me ask you this. Is it typical to have only one deputy escort a suspect into the sheriff's office for an interview, especially on a case of this magnitude?
It would only be typical for one deputy if it was a minor crime, but because of the seriousness of this, I know that Deputy Rudd, Deputy Early assisted Deputy Rudd in walking Chad Doerman back into investigations because, like I said, the seriousness of this offense. I teach self-defense tactics for the sheriff's office, so I teach that when you have multiple officers, that would give them a tactical advantage if Mr. Doerman wanted to fight, flee, or hurt himself. For other reasons too, multiple officers would potentially de-escalate any problem before it even happens because there's multiple officers there and there's only one suspect. Or flee or hurt himself, they could resolve that threat or that issue using less lethal force than maybe where it might escalate to a lethal encounter if it was just one officer, one suspect. So there was a lot of reasons why that was a good idea.
Okay. And to your knowledge, did either Deputy Rudd or Deputy Early ask the defendant any questions as they escorted him into the sheriff's office and ultimately the interview room?
They did not.
And was the defendant taken any place in the sheriff's office other than into the interview room?
He was escorted directly into the interview room, which is inside investigations.
Can you describe the interview room that is inside investigations at the sheriff's office?
Yes, it's just a small 10 by 10 square room. It's got gray walls, a small desk inside it, 3 chairs, There's a fake thermostat on the wall with a camera inside it that audio and video records everything.
And so when you indicated previously that you prepared the interview room, turned on the DVR, time-stamped it, that kind of thing, is that turning on the audio and video recording that is recorded from that thermostat?
Yes,
And was the entirety of your interview recorded?
yes,
And for the record, the interview has previously been admitted as State's Exhibit 4A and 4B. Detective, when you interview suspects on major felonies, do you ever work with another detective during the interview process?
yeah. Sometimes I do, and especially when it's a major crime, I work with other detectives during the interview.
Is there a typical detective that you will work with?
I would say that I typically would work with Detective Schubert because we do work well together, and we've had a lot of success together as interviewing together.
And did Detective Schubert ultimately take place in the interview of the defendant in this case?
Yes, he did.
Were there any other detectives involved in the interview of the defendant?
Yeah, I initially started the interview with Detective Green, but then later switched him out for Detective Schubert.
And Detective Green, that's Green?
Yes.
And when you work with other detectives while interviewing, do the two of you have specific roles that you take during the interview?
Yes. So depending on who's the primary person in the interview, the primary person would be the one to ask the questions and be the main contact with the suspect. And then the other detective's role and responsibilities would be to take notes and pick up on things that inconsistencies maybe that they're picking up on and noting and things like that. Also, especially when I interview with Detective Schubert, I'm much better at developing rapport and connecting with suspects. And he does a really good job of feeding off that. And then later, again, at the right time, confronting them about the facts and the inconsistencies and things like that. And then he'll oftentimes exit out of the room and leave us alone. And I would continue the interview.
Now, in this case, was the defendant placed into the interview room prior to you entering to begin the interview?
Yes, he was.
And when he was placed in the interview room, the recording that you had activated, did that continue to run?
It was already on and it continued to run, yes.
And was another deputy in the room with the defendant at that time?
Yes, Deputy Early remained inside the interview room with Mr. Doerman while I continued preparing for the interview.
And while Deputy Early's in with the defendant, do you have a way of monitoring what is occurring inside the interview room?
Yes, we have a TV that shows what's going on in the interview room, and we also have headphones that you can hear what's going on.
So at all times, you can potentially see and hear what's going on in the interview room, even when you are not present in the interview room.
Yes.
And did Deputy Early, to your knowledge, ask any questions of the defendant while he was in the interview room before you entered?
He didn't ask him any questions.
So when you first entered the interview room with the defendant, what did you do?
I put a bottle of water on the table and told him it was for him. I introduced myself. I said that I wanted to talk to him if that was okay, but there was some things that I needed to do first.
Did he respond?
He did. He said, that's fine.
What did you take that to mean?
They sure try and make this guy feel comfy, don't they? Make sure he's got his hydration, keep the windows down. I mean, what could he possibly have to complain about?
That he wanted to talk to me.
And did you then step out of the interview room?
I did. I went back out of the interview room and I continued preparing myself for the interview.
And at that point, was the defendant left alone in the interview room?
Well, he was in there with Deputy Early.
And so what were you doing at that point when you left the interview room?
I was gathering as much information as I could find about Chad Doerman. I was searching Oleg. I was searching Clear. I was searching social media. I was reading prior reports in RMS, which is our reporting system. I was pulling up his criminal history. Anything that I could find about Chad Doerman, I was researching, doing background on him.
You indicated you were searching Oleg. What is Oleg?
Oleg is a tool available to law enforcement that offers us lots of information and data about people. It stands for Ohio Law Enforcement Gateway. It's run by the AG's office and BCI, but again, it's just a database. It's a tool that is available to us as a detective.
And you also indicated that you searched Clear. What is Clear?
Clear is another tool that's available to law enforcement and detectives. Again, it's a database, but Clear is going to be more like public records data, things like that that's available.
And then you searched RMS, which you already indicated is the sheriff's office in-house record keeping system. Is that fair to say?
Yes, prior reports and things like that.
And so during that time frame, what, if anything, of significance did you find?
I learned that Chad Doerman had numerous contacts with the sheriff's office dating back 16 years.
Wow.
He had arrests in 2008, 2009, 2010, where Miranda was read to him. He had a contact in 2012
Wow.
where there was some type of dispute with family, and somebody named Ruby Franklin was identified as a fiance to his brother, Todd Frost. I read that I personally had contact with him in 2015 for an open door that he had called in on Virginia Drive where he lived. And then I think the last one was a contact in 2020, which was another family dispute, fighting type situation.
And you
Lots.
further indicated that you had searched social media. When you were searching social media, what kind of places were you looking for information?
I went to his Facebook page and I found pictures of his 3 children, and I printed that off for the interview.
Why did you do that?
That's a tactic that I learned in homicide school. When you're investigating or when you're interviewing somebody on a homicide, especially if it's a family or loved one or somebody like that, if you have a picture of the deceased and you put it down on the table next to them, most of the time the suspect will turn it over, which he did.
Really?
So once you gathered all the information from those various databases, upon re-entering the interview room, what did you do?
Again, I introduced myself and I moved the cuffs from, he was cuffed in the back, hands behind the back. I moved his cuffs from the back to the front.
Why did you do that?
Again, that's another tactic. That's the very beginning stages of me developing rapport and gaining his trust. It puts him in a position where he's more comfortable. It allowed him to drink the water that I provided to him. But mostly it was to begin that rapport building with him.
And while relocating his cuffs or immediately following, did you ask any questions of the defendant concerning what had occurred at his residence that day?
I didn't ask him about what happened that day, but I did, again, continue that rapport building with him. I focused on my contact with him in 2015. I said he probably didn't remember me, but we had met before, and just kind of described that a little bit to him. But again, I didn't ask him any questions or anything.
And after indicating that you had met the defendant in 2015 and prior to discussing anything that had happened that day, at approximately 39 minutes and 42 seconds into State's Exhibit 4A, what did you do?
I told him that I wanted to keep talking to him, but I had to read this to him real quick. And when I said this, I pointed at my my Miranda card that was sitting on top of my folder.
And what's your Miranda card? Can you describe that?
It's provided to me from the sheriff's office. It's just a little card that has the written Miranda rights on it. On one side, it's the sheriff's emblem, and then on the other side, it's got the Miranda rights on it.
And is that something that's provided to investigators and deputies by the Claremont County Sheriff's Office?
Yes, everybody gets the same one. I've had it since I was a road patrol deputy. I've just held on to it.
And that's previously been admitted and stipulated to State's Exhibit 3, I believe.
Okay, so it sounds like he was read his rights. So I'm a little confused as to why he wants this thrown out or how he thinks they're capable of doing this. I'm going to be interested to see what the judge says.
When you said that, or what was the defendant's reaction when you said that you wanted to talk to him about what happened, but you had to read this to him real quick?
Yeah, immediately he closed his eyes. He started to get upset, almost like he was going to cry. He shook his head up and down like in the yes, affirmative, and with his foot he stomped on the floor.
And what, if anything, did all of that between the affirmative head nod, the crying, and the stomp, what did that indicate to you?
Well, that told me that that he knew what happened that day, and that's exactly what I wanted to talk to him about.
And did you, in fact, then read the defendant his Miranda warnings?
I did.
And how did you do that?
I didn't hear you well.
Sorry. How did you do that?
I read him. I read it from the Miranda rights card. I read his warnings from the card that I had.
And what was the defendant's response when you asked him, or let me ask you this, when you finished reading the Miranda warning card, did you ask him anything?
Yeah, I always follow up with it. Did you understand? But before I could even say that, he said, yep. And then I said, do you understand? And he said, mm-hmm. And he shook his head, yes.
There you go.
So before you finished, he said, yep. Then you followed up with, do you understand those rights? And he said, mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. As he's shaking his head, yes. So lots of things there, verbal, nonverbal. He absolutely understood those rights that I had just read to him.
Sounds
so
it.
based on his statements and nonverbal cues, you took that to mean that he understood his rights that you had read to him.
Absolutely, he understood those.
Did the defendant indicate in any manner at that point that he was confused about what you read to him and what his rights were?
No.
Did the defendant ask you any questions about what you had read to him or what his rights were?
No.
So at that point, did you begin the interview?
I did.
And what kind of questions did you begin the interview asking?
As with all my interviews, I typically like to start off with just some basic background things like that, easy questions leading up to what happened that day. But so I just started talking to him, asking him questions about if he was his wife and things like that.
And when you asked about his wife, did he answer that question?
He did eventually, not right away. He looked like he was thinking about things, or appeared to me like he was reliving what had happened that day. And I kept having to refocus him back towards me. But eventually he did say that his wife was Laura.
And what did you ask him about how many times he's been married?
I did. I kind of followed up with the Laura as his wife and asked if he had been married before. But again, he seemed like he started thinking about other things and was drifting off. So he didn't answer how many times he'd been married.
So to bring him back, did you ask him another question?
Yeah, I just started asking him some, basic background questions, other questions. Asked if he needed any prescription medications. He said no. I asked if he was feeling okay, how he was feeling, and he said that he was feeling good.
Did you ask him his date of birth?
I did.
Feeling good.
Ask him, what's your date of birth? Another basic question. And he told me 3/1/91, so that would have made him 32 years old.
And based on your research that you had conducted prior to the interview, was that an accurate date of birth?
Yeah, that was actually his date of birth. Yes.
And so after asking his date of birth, whether he needed any medication, how he was feeling, did you then get into what had happened that day?
Yeah, then I asked him to tell me, what happened that day. What happened?
And how did he respond?
He told me that he didn't know, and he didn't even know why he was there.
And did you anticipate that kind of response?
I did. I figured that that's where this was going to start.
Why?
Oftentimes in other investigations, that the I don't know part is played a lot with suspects.
So when the defendant began to act like he had no idea why he was there or why he was talking to you, what did you do?
So then I backed up and I started asking just some simple questions that I figured he would know the answer to. Easy questions like what day it was. He said it was Thursday, which it was. I asked him if he knew what the date was, but he kind of struggled on that. But honestly, I didn't know without looking at my phone either. Oftentimes I have to look at my phone to know the date, so I didn't put a whole lot of stock into the fact he didn't know the date.
And did you continue talking to him?
Yeah,
at that
just
point?
continued asking, just some basic questions about if he needed some water, what he ate, did he sleep, and then it kind of led into, I was asking him about how he was feeling and things like that.
And when you asked about how he was feeling, what was his response?
I remember asking him if he was upset, and he said no, he wasn't upset. And then I kind of explored that a little bit because I was curious, like emotionally, where he was at. So I kind of followed up on, why are you not upset and things like that.
And as you questioned him further about what had happened that day and how he was feeling, at approximately 45 minutes, 45 seconds into Exhibit 4A, what, if anything, did he say about a lawyer?
Well, I feel like we were talking about, his emotions and how he was feeling, and he made some comments about not what happened that day, but just made some comments that I thought were very important, and I was kind of exploring that. And then he did, yes, make a comment about a lawyer. He said he cut me off. I was asking him specifically about what he had just said that I thought was very important.
So let's go back to that first then. You indicated you were talking to him and he made comments that you thought were important. What were those comments?
He had made a comment that the Bible says that you kill your firstborn, you kill your secondborn, you kill your thirdborn, but first you're supposed to kill your wife. I didn't kill my wife. So I really thought that was a very important comment that he had just made. And I wanted him to repeat to me some of the things that he had said. And I was asking him about that, and he cut me off. He stopped me from talking and said, in all one sentence, he says, I'll just wait for a lawyer. I really don't know. Like, give me a couple days. I'll talk to a lawyer and get nice, good answers. He says that all in basically one breath.
So when he said, I'll just wait for a lawyer, I don't know, give me a couple days, let me talk to a lawyer and I can get some nice, good answers for you. What did you think of that?
I didn't know. I was confused because initially he says that he'll wait, but then he covers it up with he really didn't know. So if he didn't know, I don't know what he means by it. And then he continues on almost and talks about almost like I'm going to let him go for a couple days, which obviously was not going to happen. So it really muddied the water for me as far as what he had just said about a lawyer.
So did you attempt at that point to clarify what the heck he's talking about?
I felt obligated to explore it a little bit, yes. So I did. I asked him if he had a lawyer.
And what did he indicate to you?
He said, we have family lawyers.
And did you follow up on that?
Yeah. Again, I felt like pulling teeth. I'm trying to get him to talk about it. Tell me, who's your lawyer? So I asked him if there was somebody we could call. And he said, Keith Doerman and Ruby Franklin.
And did he give you any information about those two individuals?
Yes, I followed up with them. Keith Doerman is his father, and neither one of those people are attorneys.
So he was able to tell you Keith Doerman is his dad. What did he say about Ruby Franklin?
He said that she was in the CIA, and I said, well, is she a lawyer in the CIA? And he said, she's in the CIA. So neither name that he gave me were even close to lawyers.
And after that, so you were able to confirm that neither Keith Doerman nor Ruby Franklin were lawyers, and that he was aware they were not lawyers.
Correct.
And so once you confirm that neither Keith Doerman or Ruby Franklin were lawyers, what did the defendant do?
He changes the conversation and starts talking to me about whether he knew me or didn't know me. He changes the conversation. We're talking about lawyers and who I can call, and he completely changes the subject on me to, what I had talked about earlier about knowing him from 2015.
So when he changes the context of the conversation, was that in response to a question you had asked him?
No.
So he just says something along the lines of, I don't think I've ever met you before.
Yeah, he just continues talking about something unrelated to the lawyer issue that I was trying to clarify.
So did he ever clarify for you?
No.
So when he changed the conversation subject, what did you think at that point?
I thought that he was playing games with me and trying to control the interview.
So can you describe the defendant's demeanor as you then continued the interview?
Yes, it continued the same. His demeanor continued to be the same. When I would ask questions that were unrelated to what had happened that day, he knew the answers right away and had lots of details and could remember things. When I asked him about the tough questions about did you shoot your sons, the things that really showed that he had some culpability in that whole situation, he didn't know, and he struggled to answer, and he would rock back and forth in his chair, and just had extreme anxiety about those tough questions.
So was there a very different manner in which he would answer you depending on the topic of the question?
Yes, if it was
So what do you guys think? With what he was saying, was he asking for a lawyer or not? I'm a little confused as well if this actually will work as asking for a lawyer. I don't know where this sits.
unrelated to what happened that day, it was very easy for him to answer, and it was very difficult if it was about what happened that day.
And as the interview continued at approximately 1 hour, 35 minutes, 50 seconds into the interview, did the defendant make another reference to a lawyer?
He did. The conversation was about Laura, his wife. We were talking about Laura, and I was asking him questions about Laura. And then he, again, interrupts me and says, "Who's the lawyer?" And at the time, I thought that he said, "Who's Laura?" Because we were talking about Laura. So I looked at him and I said, "Who's Laura?" And he corrected me. He said, "The lawyer."
So when he corrected you, he just said the lawyer.
Yeah, he said, "The lawyer."
Did he correct you in any way on the question, who is the lawyer?
No, I said, "Who's Laura?" And he said, "The lawyer."
And did that mean anything to you at that point?
No, I was confused what he was talking about. I was still trying to figure out why we're talking about Laura. And now he's saying, "Who's the lawyer?" So I said, "I don't know. You tell me."
And what was his response?
He just kind of went, huh, like he didn't know either or didn't care.
And at any point during the interview, did the defendant deny shooting his sons that day?
Yes, multiple times throughout the entire interview till the very end.
And was there a point during the interview in which the defendant was taken?
What?
Yes. He had made some comments that he believed his wife Laura had poisoned him, and I offered a urine test, which he consented to.
And so did you escort him to the restroom, or did a uniformed deputy escort him?
No, a uniformed Deputy Greer escorted him to the restroom for that urine test.
And as a uniformed deputy, Deputy Greer would have had a body-worn camera, correct?
He was in uniform and he would have had a body camera, but because he was going to the bathroom for obvious reasons, there wasn't any type of recording where he would have been exposed or anything like that.
And to your knowledge, did Deputy Greer ask any questions during that trip to and from the restroom?
He did not.
And did you?
I did not.
Were there any other points during the course of the interview that the defendant was left alone in the interview room?
Yes, there were times where I left the interview room where he would be in there with Detective Green. There was times where Detective Green left the interview room and we would be in there alone together. And then there was also a time where we both left the interview room and Mr. Doerman was in there by himself.
And what, if anything, happened when he was left alone in the interview room?
Again, it continues recording audio and video. He said, almost like under his breath, like a whisper, what the fuck did I do? Another point, he says, what the fuck did she let me do? Another time, it looked like he was checking the back of his shirt for blood. There was another point where he's looking around and he says, where's the cameras? Where's the cameras? So he was looking for cameras. And then that picture that I talked about earlier was still on the table. There was another point when he was in there by himself where he looked at it and kind of flicked it away from himself, like in disgust.
Unreal.
And all of those things occurred while he was alone in the interview room.
Yes.
Now, in between those times where he was left alone, did you come back in and pick up the interview again?
Yes.
And as the interview continued, did he continue to refuse to talk about what had actually happened that day?
Yes, he said that he didn't remember, he didn't know, he didn't understand why he was there.
But did he provide you with other information that made you believe he was aware of what was going on and what had happened that day?
Yes, because as the interview went on, it was like a slow drip of information. I would gain a little bit, and then we would keep talking, and then I would gain a little bit more information. He had lots of details about a lot other things, other aspects of his life, but again, couldn't remember what happened that day.
And what kind of details specifically stick out to you that he was able to provide you during the course of the interview?
Things like we wanted his safe combination so we could check the safe, and he knew that, the safe combination. He knew a lot of details about who had access to that safe and who didn't. He had extensive details about when the last time Laura shot his gun, which was about 10 years ago, and who else was shooting the guns, and a lot of details about things like that.
And so again, did the trend continue that when you began to talk about his culpability, he lost all recognition of what was going on, but when you were talking about other details, he was fine answering your questions?
Yes.
Now, the interview, when that records at your department, it cannot record more than like 2 hours worth of information at once, correct?
That's starting to get like into the technical area. It can record 2, 3, 4 hours, depending on the what definition you have the settings on, like high definition or low definition. We have it somewhere in the middle where it will record a total of about 4 hours, complete.
And this interview, was it less than 4 hours?
This interview was a total of 3 hours. My actual interview time was probably more like 2.5 hours, but the total time of the interview was about 3 hours.
So the entirety of your interview was recorded, but it gets divided by the DVR into 2 files.
It does, and I have no control over that. It seems like it divides it up about an hour at a time. It'll start a new file, record for about an hour, and then it'll start a new file. So in this particular interview, I ended up with 2 separate files, 1 and a 2.
And have you had an opportunity to review both of those files?
I have.
And is the entirety of the interview that you conducted with the defendant, as well as the time he's alone in the room, recorded?
It is, yes.
Okay. So then looking at State's Exhibit 4B, that would be the second file of the interview room, correct?
Yes.
And during the second file, did Detective Schubert come in and begin working with you on interviewing the defendant?
Yes, I didn't feel like I was getting anywhere with Detective Green and Detective Schubert. Again, we interviewed very well together, and he came in to help me out.
And when Detective Schubert entered the interview room, did the defendant give any indication that he recognized him?
No, not at all.
Did the defendant give any indication that he was in fear of Detective Schubert?
No, not at all. In fact, he was probably more relaxed. His behavior seemed like he was more relaxed when Detective Schubert came in because I had just given him the dip that he had been asking me for throughout the entire interview. So I think that relaxed him, and he seemed to be more relaxed.
And did the defendant give any indication during the interview that he was in fear of anyone at all from the sheriff's office?
No, in fact, he had made some comments in that when Detective Schubert was in there that he was not nervous, and later in the interview says that he's not scared of anything.
And at any time during the interview, did Detective Green threaten the defendant anyway?
No,
Did you during the interview?
no,
Did Detective Schubert during the interview?
no,
Did anyone threaten the defendant during the interview? Anyone from the sheriff's office?
no,
At any time during the interview, did Detective Green have physical contact with the defendant in a way that would be threatening or harmful?
no,
Did you?
no,
Did Detective Schubert?
no,
Did anyone from the sheriff's office?
no,
And you already indicated that you had provided the defendant with a bottle of water. Did you offer the defendant anything else to drink during the course of the interview?
numerous times,
And did you offer the defendant anything to eat during the course of the interview?
numerous times, yes.
And in addition to him consenting to the urine screen, did you offer him additional opportunities to use the restroom?
I don't remember other than the one-time restroom break. I don't recall any other. I may have, but I don't recall any other times.
And you testified that you had provided him dip, is that right?
A dip and something to spit into, and Coca-Cola and other things, yes.
And you previously testified that the total length of the interview was 3 hours, but your actual active interview time was about 2.5 hours. Would you consider that length of interview a long interview?
No, that's pretty typical and consistent with an interview on a major case.
Can I have one moment, Your Honor? Thank you, Your Honor. Nothing further at this time.
Ross,
Have something to drink.
Jimmy, can you get Detective Ross the bottle of water for us?
I don't even like you.
Morning,
Poor
Detective.
guy. Oh my God.
So, would you agree that the
You just want to smack
you
him.
reviewed the video or the 2 videos of the interrogation, the interview, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that video, those videos fairly and accurately represent what was said and what was done in the interview room between you and Chad Doerman and the other detectives?
Yes, sir.
Now, you talked about the read technique, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And some tactics that you used, right?
Yes, sir.
Part of that's part of the read technique, and part of it's part of your homicide training or other training, right?
Yes.
But a lot of it's the read technique.
The tactics that I use when I interview and investigate aren't strict to the read technique, no. And I can't even say that it's mostly the read technique. It's my own technique and skills. And it's a combination of all the trainings that I've been to in my 26 years experience at the sheriff's office. It's my own style.
Okay. And part of that, though, is some of the tactics that you use. You can describe some of those for us?
The tactics that I use in
Yeah.
this particular
Yeah,
interview or other interviews?
Well, let's do it in this particular interview.
So in this particular interview was unique, as all interviews are different. In this one, my main tactic was to develop rapport and connect with Chad Doerman.
Okay. Did you use other tactics like deception?
Deception is a technique that can be used, that's taught in the Reed technique, but that's a dangerous tactic because if you use deception, for example, if you say that there's evidence that there isn't, and you get caught lying by the suspect, you lose all credibility and that interview is done. So I shy away from using deception, especially when it comes to evidence. For example, if you say that there's a fingerprint at the scene and I know you did it, and the suspect knows that he wore rubber gloves, there's no way that there was a fingerprint, then that interview is done. He's never going to respect me, and I'm never going to get anything out of him. So I try and shy away from deception, and I don't believe that I used any deception with Chad Doerman.
So you don't think you lied to him?
I don't think I lied to Chad Doerman.
Okay. You used victim blaming, you said.
I did use a little bit of victim blaming at one point during my interview. I blamed his wife for not helping him.
And I guess empathy, is that a tactic?
Empathy is a tactic, and
You use that.
rapport, and I did try and establish a connection and a rapport with Chad Doerman.
And what about pressure? Isn't that part of the tactics that you use to put pressure on somebody?
Pressure can be a tactic in the Reed technique. It wasn't in this interview because it wasn't an interview where I didn't know who committed the crime. I knew who committed the crime. I just wanted to know why he did it. So I didn't necessarily pressure him. There were times where I had to change gears, where I was being empathetic and connecting to him, where I had to kind of confront him a little bit about some inconsistencies, but I wouldn't call that pressure.
What about calling him a monster? Would you call that pressure?
No, I wouldn't call that I was putting pressure on him, but I was trying to give him an off-ramp, comparing maybe he made a mistake, like sometimes we all make mistakes, or are you a monster that just murdered your 3 children? What kind of person do you want to be? I was trying to give him an off-ramp to continue that rapport and connect.
Well, like you said, you knew he did it. You wanted him to admit to it, right?
I didn't necessarily want him to admit to it. I wanted him to tell me why he did it. It wasn't a question of whether he did it. I wanted to give him an opportunity to tell me why he did it.
So you continually compared him to a monster, correct? And said, basically, are you somebody who made a mistake, or are you a monster?
I
Gave
did.
him that choice, basically, right?
I did say that, yes.
Okay. And you don't think that was adding pressure to him?
I don't think I was pressuring him, no.
Now, you would agree at times during this interview or interrogation. Well, which was it, first of all? Was it both?
It's both. An interview, in my opinion, an interview is just gathering facts, and it's a non-confrontational conversation, which is what it started off as. An interrogation is when I switch over and start confronting them on inconsistencies or facts and things like that. Sometimes the interview ends in the interview stage because either they admit it or you realize that they're not the suspect that you thought, and it ends in the interview stage. And sometimes it continues on into an interrogation where they continually deny, and you know that they did do it, so you start confronting them. That's an interrogation, in my opinion.
Okay. And so the interview became an interrogation after a while, in your opinion, correct?
I think this did, yes.
Okay. And that's when you turn up the heat on him, right? The interrogation part?
In your words, turn up the heat, sure, yes.
Well,
But in my words, no, it's where I'm directly confronting him about inconsistencies and facts.
Well, part of your tactics are to confront somebody who is not admitting to doing it with the fact that you know they did it. That's a tactic, isn't it?
Yes.
And you did that here, right?
Yes, I confronted him.
Okay. Now, there were
Of course.
times during this, would you agree, that he seemed to not be right mentally? Would you agree with that?
I couldn't tell if he was faking it or if it was real.
Okay. So he might have not been right. Would you agree with that?
I don't know, because when I asked him questions about things that were not relevant to what happened that day, he had lots of details. And it was a good, meaningful conversation. It was only when I asked him about relevant questions that he, in my opinion, pretended that he didn't know and didn't know why he was there and things like that.
So he knew details about things other than the incident, and you found that to be suspicious.
I thought it was suspicious, yes.
You dealt with mentally ill people before?
For 26 years, I've dealt with mentally ill people, yes.
You understand sometimes they're not dealing in reality?
I believe that's probably true, yeah.
You
Sometimes they're
understand
not.
what psychosis is?
Well, now you're getting outside of my knowledge of mentally ill people.
Okay. So do you accept that sometimes mentally ill people will behave in ways that may seem like one thing when it's not?
In my experiences, and again, as a police officer, my experiences dealing with mentally ill people typically don't know that they're mentally ill.
Okay. But in your experience, do mentally ill people sometimes behave in ways that may seem like if they were in reality, it's
Okay, we can see where this is going. Are they going to say that Chad Doerman is mentally ill? No way. No way. He knew what he did. He he admitted what he did. He tried to blame it on his wife. Now he's going to say what? Oh, I'm mentally ill. That's why I did this. I call BS. I just think this guy is a coward.
one thing, but in fact, it's not what they're thinking.
Yes, truly mentally ill people, yes, sometimes behave in odd ways. Is that what you're asking me?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. And at times there were long times when he was non-responsive to you. Isn't that true?
Yes, I believe that he was calculating his answers to my questions.
That's what you think.
Good job.
The answer was, you asked him a question, and he just sat there, didn't say anything, right?
Yes, he wasn't just sitting there. He looked like he was thinking about what he was going to say or thinking about what had happened that day.
He looked like that. How did he look like that, detective?
Well, the reason I say that is because at the end of the interview, he admitted to all the things that I was asking him about. He knew what I was asking him about at the end of the interview, which tells me that all those times that he told me he didn't know why he was there and he didn't know who shot his boys, he was lying to me because he told me at the end of the interview that he did.
So there could be no other explanation in your mind.
I'm not saying there couldn't ever be any other explanation. I'm not saying that.
You asked him repeatedly during the interview, I think it was at that point, if he was okay. Something to that effect.
Total pet peeve when they try the mentally ill card. Peeves me, pisses me right off. I mean, there's no way that this guy is mentally ill. He doesn't act mentally ill. He is just an abuser, in my opinion, that went too far. That's just my opinion.
Yes, I was trying to show empathy and rapport and connect.
So you didn't really
Mm-hmm.
have a question whether he was okay when you were asking him that. That was just a ruse?
Well, I didn't know.
Was that deceptive?
No, I didn't know at the time. I was working through it and trying to figure that out in real time.
Okay. So that was a legitimate question you had in your mind at the time that he might not be okay.
It was a legitimate question, and I was trying to figure out if he was okay or not okay.
Okay. So you thought at that point maybe he wasn't okay.
I thought that it was a possibility at the time, yes.
Now, he was booked after you were done with him with the interrogation. Is that right?
Yes.
He was booked. He wasn't actually formally booked until after you were finished interrogating him, right?
Correct.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And then you also talked to him some about taking some samples from him. I think it was in context maybe with him, something about poison, testing him for poison. Remember that?
Yes.
He thought maybe he'd been poisoned, right?
He initially told me that his wife had poisoned him, but then later in the interview said that he didn't believe that.
Okay, but he said some stuff about poison, and you said something about testing and getting his consent for testing, and maybe that something to the effect that might help to look into that, right?
Yes,
Okay, now the test actually wasn't going to be for poison, was it?
that's not true. I really did believe that a urine test and a blood test would show that he was poisoned or not poisoned. It wasn't until that I filled out the BCI form to send those samples out and have them tested. I was talking to evidence technician Bob Randolph, who is a 30-plus homicide detective retired from Cincinnati, about what I wanted, why I was filling the form out. And he said that I was wrong, that that's not the same test. I didn't know that at the time of the interview.
So was your intent to get his consent to test for poison only? Is that what you're telling us?
No, my intent was to get consent for urine and blood, and we can test for poison, but we're also going to have the ability now to test for other things.
Because
I wasn't,
you wanted a toxicology test, right?
I wanted both,
Well,
but I didn't say anything about the toxicology. I just focused on the poison comments that he had made.
did you not suspect at the time that he might be under the influence of something?
I didn't know. I was curious.
So you're telling us that you thought that the test you were requesting would actually include poison test.
I'm absolutely telling you that, yes.
Okay. And then also there was a test that you, I think, swabbed him for, but that was later. That was for DNA, right? That wasn't part of the blood and the urine sample, right? Didn't you come and swab him right before he went to court on his first court appearance?
Yes, as a standard.
Right outside the courtroom. I'm just doing a little housekeeping.
Yes, I did. A buccal swab in the cheek, and that is just for standard to compare to other blood samples of DNA and things like that.
Okay, and that is not the same test we're talking about with obviously the blood and urine. Right?
Correct.
Okay. Do you know what time that was?
I don't recall what time. You talk about the buccal swab?
Yeah. Sorry. Yes.
I don't recall what time that was.
Okay. But it was right before he went, a minute or two or so before he went into the courtroom to get his initial appearance, right?
Correct. So it would have been right around, the 8:30 a.m.-ish time in the morning, somewhere around there.
Okay. Thank you.
What a disgusting human.
Yeah, it was on June 16th, right?
The next day.
Yes. All right. Now, you discussed briefly the Miranda rights. You did not read all the Miranda rights on State Exhibit 3, did you? On your card.
Word for word? No.
Well, you left out some pretty important parts, didn't you?
No, I think I covered the important parts, and he understood that he had the right to an attorney, and he had the right to have an attorney if he could not afford one.
Okay.
Those are the important parts, and he understood that.
Well, you left out the part as far as that right to an attorney is. You did say you have the right to talk to a lawyer for advice before we ask you any questions. But the part of the card goes on to say, and to have a lawyer with you during questioning. You did not read that part, did you?
No.
Why not?
That kind of is redundant. It kind of repeats itself, and it's not the important part for me.
Well,
Sorry, go ahead.
I'm sorry, one's talking about advice before you question, and the others talk about having a lawyer present during questioning, isn't it?
Yes. I'm not a robot. I probably should have read the entire card, but I'm not a robot.
And then you read, if you cannot afford a lawyer, one will be appointed that you left out for you before any questioning if you wish, right?
Again, yes, I must have left that out.
And you did testify that you said you understand. We didn't say you understand.
So this guy has been arrested so many times. He's dealt with the cops so many times. I think he knows his rights. So if he accidentally skipped through a couple things, I'm pretty sure that Chad Doerman knew exactly what he was doing. It's just, to me, using the I'm mentally ill card is totally disrespectful for anybody who might actually suffer from this type of illness, I guess. Chad Doerman, in my eyes, is just a narcissist that wants to put everything on his wife after what he did to her and those kids.
Right, because you said, do you understand? But he'd already said yes before that, right?
He said, yep. And I said, do you understand? And he said, mm-hmm, and shook his head yes.
Okay. And then you left out, are you willing to answer some questions, correct?
Is that on the card?
Well, do you know?
I couldn't tell you word for word what's on the card. I could tell you essentially what the card says.
What is that, Mr. Hayes? I'm sorry.
States Exhibit 3 on handing to the detective.
Yeah.
Is that a fair and accurate copy?
That's it. And yes, it does say, you have highlighted, are you willing to answer some questions? I did not ask that.
Do you know why you did not ask that?
No, because I believed that he wanted to talk to me based on our short interaction earlier in the interview where I said that I wanted to talk to him. And he said, that's fine. Actually, I said, I want to talk to you if that's okay. And he said, that's fine.
Were you afraid he was going to say no? I
No,
don't want
I
to talk
wasn't.
to you?
No, I wasn't afraid. I'm just not a robot. I didn't read the card word for word. I read to him his Miranda rights and Miranda warnings.
How many interviews do you think you've done, detective?
Probably hundreds as a detective and probably thousands as a road patrol.
And how many times do you think you've given Miranda rights to suspects before interviewing?
Well, sometimes I don't read Miranda because they're not in custody and it's not needed. Sometimes I read them from that card, and sometimes I have them signed a written waiver Miranda warnings. Probably hundreds, if not thousands.
Okay.
I don't know.
Now, you said that you were, well, I'm going to put words in your mouth, but you just talked about he asked for a lawyer, or whether he asked for a lawyer, what he said in regards to getting a lawyer, and that you were trying to clarify that, I think is how you put it.
I said that he muddied the water, and I felt obligated to explore that.
So then, if it wasn't clear to you, why did you say, I understand?
Again, because I'm trying to connect and develop rapport with him. And what I did understand was that he was confused. So I explored it.
Well, you said, I understand, and then you basically asked him, do you have a lawyer? And you went down that path, correct?
I said, I understand, very softly said, I understand.
Okay.
Because I'm trying to continue that rapport that I'm developing with him. But what I really understood was the comments he just made were not clear, and I needed to clarify that.
So you were confused about what he said, but you said, I understand. Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying that I said, I understand, because I'm calmly talking to him, developing rapport. But what I really understood was he just muddied the water with what the comments that he just made in the single breath about he really didn't know. His words, I really don't know. If he doesn't know, I don't know what he wants.
Yep.
Well, I really don't know. You took that to reflect on his request for a lawyer, or what he's been talking about up to the minute before?
No, we were talking about his request to wait for a lawyer. I really don't know. If he doesn't know, I don't know.
So why not say, hey, I'm not clear here. Do you want a lawyer or not? Should we get you a lawyer? Why don't you do that?
I don't know why I didn't say that. I explored it the way that I felt was appropriate.
So what do you understand you're supposed to do when a suspect who's in custody clearly asks for a lawyer?
If they clearly ask for a lawyer,
Yeah.
which I've done on other cases, on other homicide cases, they clearly ask for a lawyer, I stop questioning them.
Right.
which I've done before.
You stopped
In this
questioning-
case, he did not clearly say he wanted a lawyer.
But you said that you tried to clarify it with him. That's what you're saying these questions you asked him about, whether he had a lawyer or not, were designed to do.
I did try to explore that and clarify his comments, but he continued playing games with me.
Then you took him playing
Mhm.
games with you by, when you asked if he could name a lawyer. he
Me
said
too.
his dad's name, Keith Doerman, right?
Yes, who's
Then
not a
he said-
lawyer.
Right, and then he said Ruby Franklin, and she's in the CIA.
Yes, who's also not a lawyer,
Does that
and
make sense?
somebody who he knows is not a lawyer.
Now, this was Thursday afternoon, right?
Yes.
In fact, you were involved and we were waiting for a verdict on another jury case in this very courtroom at that point, right? Do you remember that, the Marvin Armbruster case?
I do remember.
At this point, it's irrelevant.
It's irrelevant, so.
Well, if you knew how to get a hold of a lawyer, you knew if you didn't have a lawyer, what are you supposed to do?
If he doesn't have a
You can't-
lawyer,
I mean, you don't think the rule is that he has to name a lawyer or he doesn't get one, do you?
if he says, I want a lawyer, I stop my interview, which I've done on other homicide investigations. That's my obligation. He didn't say that in this case.
So you asked him questions about naming a particular lawyer. And he was not successful in doing that, right?
I was trying to explore those muddy water comments that he had just made to me by asking if there was somebody that I could call.
What about the public defender's office? You knew where I was, right? You knew where we were.
Objection.
That's sustained.
Did you know how to reach anybody in the public defender's office?
Got an objection?
It's sustained. It's asking for speculation, just
Well, I was asking what he
He's-
knows, Judge.
pretty much answered this question multiple times that he was trying to explore that. So I think we can move on.
All right. And I'm sorry, I didn't, you said you let him, or you took him, gave him a bathroom break at some point. What point in the process was that? How far into it?
It was on the latter end, not the front end. It was, I couldn't tell you exactly when it was without referring to the video. But it was towards more than halfway is what I'm trying to say, I believe.
Now, I recall one part of it where he asked for a break. Do you remember that?
Yeah, and there was another part where he begged me to take his cuffs off because he's not going to hurt anybody.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. You did not take his cuffs off, right?
No, he doesn't control the interview. I do.
Fine. So he asked for a break. He didn't get the break, did he? Not then.
Well, I don't know exactly what break you're referring to, but no problem. The break that he had was when he went to the restroom with Deputy Greer.
Okay.
Somewhere beyond halfway.
And you don't know when that is in time in reference to when he asked for a break?
Not specifically, I'm sorry.
Okay. Now, at a later point in that interview or
Yes.
and you think he said what?
Who's Laura?
That's what you thought he said.
Yes.
But you don't still think that, do you?
I didn't know that he didn't say that until I watched it.
I understand. But you've watched it again. You don't think that's what he said now, do you?
No, he said, who's the lawyer?
Are you sure he said who's, not where's the lawyer?
I'm positive because I repeated to him what I thought he said.
Okay.
Who's Laura? And he said, the lawyer. There were numerous times in my interview that I said something wrong or incorrect, and he had no problem correcting me. I said, "Who's Laura?" And he only corrected me by saying, "The lawyer."
So
He
you
said, "Who's the lawyer?"
What did you say in response to him saying?
What was my response to what?
You remember what your response was?
Yeah, he said the lawyer, and I said, I paused and I confused and I said, "I don't know. You tell me."
And what was your reason for doing that?
Because I'm specifically talking about Laura, his wife, and again getting into those hard questions. And he says, what I thought was, "Who's Laura?" And I'm confused. And then he says, "The lawyer," and I'm no idea what he's talking about. So I said, "I don't know. You tell me."
So you didn't think that was a reference of him again saying, "Hey, where's this lawyer we were talking about a while back? Where's my lawyer?"
I didn't know. And then he just kind of shrugged his shoulders and said, "Huh," like it wasn't a big deal. So
Or maybe nothing's going to work, but you're not going to get the lawyer, right? That could be a fair
that's not
inference, right?
that's not fair, and that's not true at all. I respectfully disagree. I've had other homicide investigations where I believe they clearly wanted a lawyer and I stopped questions.
Well, that's fine, Detective, but that could have been what was in his mind, whether you were intending that or not. Do you accept that?
That'll be sustained. You're asking them to totally speculate about what's in Mr. Doerman's mind.
Okay.
That's sustained.
All right. Thank you, Judge.
Can you redirect?
Thanks for stopping in, Mom. Safe travels.
No additional questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
Detective, you can step down. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Counsel, it's about 1:45. I don't know if we want to take a full lunch break. We want to take a short break. What's your pleasure at this point? I don't know how. I'll also note for the record that our court reporter is here as well, so there's no
There we go.
issues there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, July 8th is when his trial is supposed to start up.
Okay.
Ma'am, Sheehan.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Would you please say your name and spell your name for the record?
My name is Renee Butcher. Renee spelled R-E-N-A-E and Butcher's B-U-T-C-H-E-R.
Okay. And where do you work, ma'am?
I work for Child Focus.
Okay. And what is your occupation for Child Focus?
I'm a social worker.
Okay. And do you work at the Claremont County Jail on occasion?
Yes, I'm the jail liaison at the Claremont County Jail.
Okay. And what does a jail liaison do for the Claremont County Jail?
I actually interview inmates to see if they can be better served in positions out in situations other than jail, to see if they need mental health treatment or drug and alcohol treatment, any other resources, and try to link them to those resources.
Okay. Is this sort of linked with mental health, ma'am?
Yes,
Okay, great. And would you be considered a social worker, ma'am?
yes, I am a licensed social worker.
Okay, thank you. And how many years have you been a social worker?
40.
40?
Oh.
Great. How long have you worked in conjunction with the Claremont County Jail?
8 years,
8 years? Okay.
almost 9.
Going on 9 years. Okay, going on 9 years. And at that entire time, were you a jail liaison, ma'am?
Yes,
Okay. Are you employed by Claremont County?
no, sir, I'm employed by Child Focus.
Okay. And so are they contracted out to do, are you contracted in? How does that work?
I'm there on a program offered by the Claremont County Mental Health Board.
Ah, I see. Okay, great. Thank you. June 15th, 2023, you were working in your capacity as a jail liaison?
Yes, I was.
Okay. And at that time, were you asked or assigned to speak to an inmate by the name of Chad Doerman?
Yes.
Okay. And why would you speak with the defendant on that day, man? What was your purpose?
When individuals come in charged with serious crimes, they ask that I just get a baseline
Okay.
of how they're functioning and see if they need any services.
Okay, great. And is that what you did in this case?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Sir, or ma'am, when you, we say the person Chad Doerman, do you see him present in the courtroom today?
Yes, I do.
Okay, would you please point?
So now the record reflect Ms. Butcher's identification of Mr. Doerman.
Okay, great. Thank you. Ma'am, are you are familiar with the concept of levels in the Claremont County Jail?
Yes, I am.
Okay, what are levels?
Levels are determination made if the individual is considered to be at risk for suicide or harm to himself.
Okay, so what are the levels? How many levels are there?
There are 2 levels. There's a level 1 and a level 2, level 2 being the most severe.
Okay, so a level 2 inmate would be one that is dangerous to himself or others, possibly? Is that correct?
There's concerns that he's at intimate risk of harm to himself or others.
Okay, but level 1 would be just a baseline of all regular inmates that there's no concerns for?
No, level 1, there would be concerns, but they wouldn't rise to the same level as level 2.
Okay, thank you. Okay, great. I didn't understand that. Thank you. Do you recall when you spoke with Mr. Doerman where you were, meaning where in the jail?
We were in his cell on booking.
Okay, he had a cell in booking? Thank you. Are you familiar with a Deputy Schmees?
Yes, I am.
Okay. How do you know her?
She's one of the corporals in the jail.
Okay. So you were familiar with her on that day?
Yes, I was.
Great. Was she present with you on that day?
Yes, she was.
Okay. Would that be unusual, ma'am?
Not if I'm interviewing somebody in booking.
Okay. And can you explain that for the court?
If the inmate's being interviewed in the booking or the classification section for security reasons, there's a deputy with me.
Okay. And that is for your protection, is that fair to say?
That's for my protection, yes.
Okay. But also the defendants as well? Or
Yes.
Inmates? Okay, great. Thank you. On that date in question, were you aware that Deputy Schmees possibly may have had her body camera on?
No, I was not.
Okay. Would you have acted or done anything differently on that day had you known that?
No, I would not have.
And did anyone on that day, or has anyone ever asked you to ask an inmate, or in this particular case, this defendant, anything other than your regular screening questions?
No.
Okay. Did you ask this inmate anything, this defendant, anything on that day, anything other than your regular screening questions?
No.
Okay. And the purposes of these questions are for mental health and medical treatment. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Thank you. Were you aware of the defendant's charges on the day when you spoke with him?
Yes.
Okay. Did you treat him any differently based on the charges he was facing?
No.
Okay. Do you recall your conversation with him, ma'am?
Briefly.
Okay. Fair to say. Was it a brief conversation, ma'am?
Yes.
Okay. And when you went, where did that conversation happen? I believe you said it happened in his cell?
In his cell, yes.
Okay. And who was present, if you recall?
Corporal Smeeds, and there may have been a second deputy.
Okay. Did you have any interaction with that second deputy that you
No.
recall? Did you really have any interaction with the corporal at that time either?
No.
Okay. When you spoke with the defendant, where was he in his cell?
He was laying on the bunk.
Okay, laying on the bunk. Okay. Do you recall, was he handcuffed? Anything?
He was not handcuffed.
Okay. How was he dressed, if you recall?
He was in a green suicide smock.
Okay. Had you requested that he be placed in that smock?
No.
Okay. Do you have any idea why he was?
Other than it was a jail decision, no.
Okay. So you weren't any part of that decision?
No.
Correct. Okay. And no one ever asked you about that prior to this?
No.
Okay, great. Your conversation with him, was the defendant able to respond by name? Meaning he understood what his name was?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ask him about any history of mental health?
Yes.
And what was his response?
He denied any history.
Okay. What about suicidal thoughts?
Yes. And he denied any suicidal thoughts.
Oh, thank you. I see what you're saying. Yes, you asked him about suicidal thoughts and he said he had none?
Correct.
Thank you. Did you ask him if he was hearing voices or seeing things?
I don't recall asking that question.
Okay. But you don't recall him telling you that he did either. Is that fair to say?
No, I don't recall him saying that.
Thank you. Did you ask him about any drug or alcohol use, ma'am?
Yes.
Okay. And what was his response, if you recall?
If I recall it, he denied it.
Okay. Thank you. And what about, was he able to inform you of his employment prior to being an inmate?
I don't recall that conversation.
Thank you. In speaking with him, ma'am, would you describe for the court, what was the defendant's demeanor when you spoke to him?
He appeared to be calm.
Okay.
That would be the best description I have.
Okay. Did he give you appropriate answers to your questions that you recall?
Yes, he did.
Okay. Did he say anything that you found unusual or out of place?
No.
Okay. Did he appear oriented to time and space?
Yes.
Okay. Did he appear to have any concerns that he verbalized to you at all?
No.
Thank you. One moment, please. Thank you. Just a few more questions for you, ma'am. Okay, these questions and this sort of, for lack of better word, screening process, is this standard when someone is taken into the jail?
Yes.
Okay. Does every inmate that is taken into the jail go through this type of process?
Most do.
Okay, most do. Did anyone ask you in particular for any reason on this matter?
No.
No. Okay. Bless you. And and when we say you've referred to they asked me, whom actually asks you to commit to the screening process, ma'am?
I believe what you're asking is how the individual's chosen for the screening process.
Sure.
If they have been arrested 2 or 3 times in the last couple of years, they have a history that is reported of mental health treatment.
Mm-hmm.
If somebody specifically asks for the seriousness of the crimes.
Okay, great. Do you know why you spoke to Mr. Doerman on this day in question? What particular reason that was?
The seriousness of his crimes.
Great. One moment. So, ma'am, in general, this would be with your job duties for child focus as opposed with the jail. Is that fair to say?
Correct.
Okay, great. Okay, great. Thank you. No further questions.
Jim?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Good afternoon.
I'm Greg Myers, one of the other lawyers for Mr. Doerman. You know Steve, you don't know me.
Yes, I do know Mr. Haynes.
Mr. Haynes was afraid to talk to you, so he asked me to come. So let me understand, I think you've made it clear, you're not an employee of Claremont County Sheriff's Office.
No, I am not.
You work for an agency, a mental health provider agency that has a contract with the Sheriff's Office.
I work for an agency that has the contract with the Claremont County Mental Health and Recovery Board.
And that entity in turn is the pathway or connection to the Sheriff's Department?
Correct.
And do you have a regular schedule to be in, where you spend part of your work week at the jail?
I'm at the jail 5 days a week, full time.
So that is your full-time placement?
Yes.
And you have an office in that jail?
Yes.
And you frequently, be fair to say you normally would interview inmates in that office who are not in booking?
I would normally.
So I don't think they're going to make any headway with the mental illness. I don't think he's going to have a chance in hell. Everything is basically pointing to his guilt, and nothing is pointing to a mental illness. So, in my personal opinion, what he did being totally aware. From what I've heard, I can't say that this is fact, but from what I understand, he had been planning on doing this. And this was the day that he did it.
Interview inmates in the medical suite of the jail or up in the north cell blocks.
All right, you help me and hence the record understand you have an office, but that's a different place than the medical suite.
Correct.
And the north block, did you mention?
That's a cell block where the largest cell block in the jail where many male inmates are housed, and I interview them in a classroom up there.
And when they're in that classroom, is it a one-on-one?
Yes.
Are there uniformed corrections officers in that classroom with you?
No, but I'm on camera.
I take it you understand as a trained mental health professional, long-time service, that you understand the fundamentals of medical privilege.
Yes.
And would I be correct that you would understand that if a third party overhears an interaction with you and a person you're interacting with in your profession, whether it's recorded or not, if it's heard by a third party, that pierces the privilege.
Yes.
So did you know, I can't remember, my fault. Did you say you did or did not know that one or both of the COs present with you that were activated?
I did not know.
But you knew they were there.
Yes.
And didn't one of them actually, there was a male and a female?
Yes.
And by the way, have you had a chance to review, to refresh your recollection for your testimony today, the body camera at issue?
No.
And is it your recollection that I think it was the male corrections officer actually entered the cell and stood fairly close to Mr. Doerman?
I don't recall.
Fair to say, though, overall, you knew they were within earshot.
Yes.
And I think in response to one of the questions on direct, you don't do your mental health screening for every incoming inmate in that facility. Is that fair? There are subsets of folks, I think you click some of them off, people maybe who have been arrested a couple of times in the fairly recent past, maybe have a self-reported history of mental health, correct?
Correct.
So if those types of folks are low-end offenders, you may interact with them and conduct your mental health screening, even though it's not a aggravated or serious offense.
Correct.
Conversely, is it routine for every incoming inmate charged with serious offenses for you to screen them? That's a bad question.
No. Most of them, yes.
And so not all, but most of the serious, by serious, be fair to call that also high-end felonies.
Correct.
Okay, so most, but not all.
Correct.
Who determines the most, but not all?
Typically, those are the individuals that get out on bond very quickly. So if they're in there.
So even if it's like a homicide or a very serious felony offense, the ones that get out quickly, you wouldn't have a chance to interact with them.
Correct.
But if they're in there on, say, for example, a homicide case, you interview all inmates accused of a homicide?
Yes.
And when they're not being held in the booking, you interview them in the medical suite or the classroom?
Those would be in the medical suite.
And in the medical suite, I think in the classroom, you indicated that's a one-on-one,
Mm-hmm.
right? And I think actually, Mr. Hayes and I have been in there with another client. It's a room maybe the size of this court, if not bigger.
Correct.
And in that room, it's subject to the eye in the sky security camera. You know that's there, right?
Yes.
And the inmate is the inmate when you do the one-on-one shackle.
Not in the classroom.
How about with the medical suite, when you're interacting with the inmate to do your screening in the medical suite? Is there a corrections officer within earshot of that interaction?
Yes.
Has any of these protocols you've described, both now with me and before on direct, have they changed recently?
No.
When you're in the medical suite, give us a feel, give the record a feel, if you can, by reference to this courtroom. How big of an area is that? Half, third, more, bigger than?
Probably half.
And when you're interacting to do a screening with a inmate in that setting, are they shackled?
Depending on their classification and security level.
Which, is it correct to say that their classification and security level is in some significant part a function of their charges?
I don't know how they classify and determine the security level of the individuals.
Let me swing back to something when you mentioned bond a moment ago, and I think I got my own mind sidetracked. Do you conduct a mental health screening on every inmate who is arrested and incarcerated on a homicide who is not released on bond?
Yes.
And there are some inmates who you follow up with. In other words, you do more than just an initial screening.
Yes.
For example, to provide your professional input on their level 1, level 2.
Correct.
I mean, in maybe a very simple way, at least by my term, to determine if they can be permitted to get out of that suicide suit and into regular inmate clothing.
That is correct.
Suicide suit, also known as a pickle suit.
Correct.
It's kind of a heavy, I mean, how would you describe it? It's Velcro. What's its main purpose? Let me just ask you to put that in the record.
It's an inmate that's tear-proof. They can't tear a string off of it.
To hang themselves.
To hang
Can't strangle
themselves.
themselves. Yeah, it's thick and has Velcro, and there's just no way to strangulate yourself with it.
Correct.
And then eventually, many inmates who are put into the so-called suicide suit initially, eventually are assessed such that they no longer need to be in that suicide suit.
Correct.
Now here, when you saw Mr. Doerman, you saw him on June 16th of 2023.
Correct.
And I know you mentioned you didn't go back, or I'm not judging you for it, I'm just observing, you didn't go back and look at that body cam. But if the body cam indicates that your encounter with Mr. Doerman occurred around 1:30, 1:33 or so, early afternoon, would that be consistent with your recollection?
Yes.
By that time, some other persons inside the jail organization, the chain of command, had already decided Mr. Doerman needed to be at that time in the suicide suit.
Correct.
And he had been processed into the jail. Do you know that was earlier the evening before?
I do not know that.
Do you know when he had actually been processed into the jail?
No.
Do you know whether by the time you met with him about 1:30 in the afternoon on the 16th of June, he had already made his first appearance in court?
Yes.
How do you know that? Do you go out of your way to acquire that before you interview, or just general knowledge?
Just general knowledge.
I mean, it's a high profile case. There's a lot of media coverage on Mr. Doerman's case initially, correct?
Correct.
So you knew that morning he had had his first formal court appearance in front of the county court judge to have a bond set pre-indictment. Is that fair?
Yes.
So by the time you saw him, he's in the suicide suit, he's in the booking area of the jail. And just again, for the record, because if somebody reads this record someday, they probably, some won't be familiar with that jail, but there is in that jail what I think we could broadly call, we are calling the booking area, correct?
Correct.
And it's kind of a long, narrow rectangle with a high counter on the, if you're walking down to the end of the hall, there's a high counter on the left with staffed by sheriff deputies, corrections officers, right?
Correct.
And there are cells as well along the right-hand wall and towards the end of that hallway. Is that correct?
Correct.
And is it your understanding, if you know, that some inmates are housed permanently in the cells in the booking area?
Yes.
Do you happen to know that is Mr. Doerman's situation?
Yes.
So he was, for example, today he'll go back into that jail and put in the booking cell in the booking area, not because they're booking him in, because that's where they have housed him and placed him for whatever reasons the sheriff decided.
Correct.
So, and his cell was down at the end of that hallway.
Not at that time.
When that cell, by the way, again, to help clarify for record purposes, can you reference an area in this courtroom that is roughly approximate to the size of the inside of that cell? Is it twice as big as that witness box you're in? Bigger than twice?
I would say it's, I really have no idea, but maybe twice as big.
3 times? You said
Twice as
Can I
big.
suggest something here?
Yes.
The record needs some eyes, so we're discussing this bigger than the courtroom, half the size of the courtroom. No one can see this, and so the cell seems to be an issue. Can you estimate the approximate size of the cell? 8 by 10, 9 by 12, 13 by 14, something along those lines.
Yes.
Probably 9
Witness
by
chairs
12.
about 4 by 4,
Yeah.
maybe.
Probably 9 by 12.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Judge. That's a good correction. So inside that kind of cell there's a kind of a concrete bench that serves as the bed. Is that your recollection?
Yes.
It's not like a freestanding piece of furniture. It's sort of an L-shaped bench with a sleeping pad up.
Yes.
Was he cuffed or chained up in any way, shape, or form?
No.
Did he take any aggressive action of any kind?
No.
So, for security purposes, this was a medical intervention. Talking man by the history.
Jonathan.
Mental health, yes.
Yeah, mental health. So, well, mental health professionals are covered by the medical broadly speaking, the documentation.
Right.
So here, did you ask the CO who actually entered that relatively small cell?
What bugs me is that he gets away from his podium there and walks basically up to them, gets away from the mic. And I don't know if it's an intimidation type thing, but the defense is doing that. It just kind of, it's like, why? Why are you standing away from the podium? What is the reason?
No.
Did you question either of the COs? Whether their body cams were rolling at the time?
No.
When you responded to Mr. Clay that the answers he seemed to give you were appropriate, do you have any personal knowledge, professional knowledge, whether they were accurate?
No.
So you, like many mental health professionals,
Welcome, Stephanie. Glad to have you, friend.
at the front end of these kind of screening, you're not taking a deep dive into somebody's mental health history. You're just asking basic protocol questions that are routine.
Correct.
So whether or not you're receiving accurate information about prior mental health status that's all purely self-reported.
Correct.
Self-reported as opposed to you didn't go research or get third party ascertain factors.
Correct.
And you wouldn't normally in this kind of situation.
No.
In your experiences in your career, whether with inmate population or otherwise, it's fair to say you've encountered people whose initial self-reporting seems to be accurate, and you learned later on it was not accurate.
Yes.
And sometimes that's because of malingering,
Yes.
meaning they were faking it, they were lying to a mental health professional, right?
Correct.
And sometimes it's because at those first interactions, They might have been in a state of mental health, acute mental health, something or other, some sort of, maybe not a full psychosis, but something was interfering at that moment of time with their ability to accurately report.
Yes,
And you don't know one way or another whether that was happening with Mr. Doerman.
correct.
He was calm in the circumstances.
Yes.
Was it a flat affect?
I don't recall.
And flat affect, that's sort of a term of the trade for mental health, right?
Correct.
Can you just tell us what do you understand that to mean?
What do I understand flat
Yeah,
affect
I
to
mean,
mean?
why do people in your profession, why do you note that one way or the other?
He's not, somebody that has a flat affect is not expressing any fluctuation in emotion in their voice. It's kind of very monotone.
Which, if I'm correct, that can be an external manifestation, a sort of a demeanor manifestation, or a alert to you as a mental health professional. Something might be going on.
Correct.
Something going on in terms of mental health maladies or an acute situation or a chronic situation.
Correct.
Do you remember, you corrected me in the sense that at the time you first interacted with Mr. Doerman, he wasn't in that cell at the long end of the rectangle. Do you remember which one he was? Which cell he was in?
He was directly across from the booking desk. I can't tell you exactly which cell he was in.
So when that door opened and you stood there, your back was to the booking desk.
Correct.
Now, how about that distance? Is that the distance again, more than the width of the witness box? The width of the hallway, I guess is what I'm asking.
Probably 6 feet.
In addition to the male, well, if the video indicates a male CO had walked into that cell, I trust the video is speaking for itself.
Right.
But you do remember the female, which I'm definitely sure.
Yes.
And they stood behind you closer to the counter of that elevated, the counter booking area is the elevated counter, correct?
Correct.
If you're standing on the floor in front of it, for most people, it's up above the mid chest, the top of the counter.
Yes.
If they had stood back by that cell, back by the counter, and you stood in the doorway and talked with Mr. Doerman or anybody else in this situation, that would have been more private.
Correct.
When you were in, can you give an approximation that there is a rough percentage of your screening interactions with inmates that have occurred in the booking area? Is it common, rare?
Probably more rare.
And are you familiar with the quote, the booking process at the jail, what that means in terms of their jobs?
No.
I think you've agreed that your recollection is your interaction with Mr. Doerman did occur early afternoon on that Friday.
Correct.
16th, and that you just knew through maybe media or just general community knowledge he had been in court earlier that day.
Correct.
So it'd be fair to say you knew by the time you saw him there in a cell with the pickle suit on, having already been to court, he had been processed into that jail already.
Correct.
One moment, if I may, Judge.
Okay, sit down. You're good. Yes, what did you do? What did you do? You SOB.
To your knowledge, when you're
Make eye
when you're in that,
contact. Come on, do
North
it.
classroom, is that
Coward.
a closed circuit security camera system to your knowledge? Well, let me ask it more directly. Do you know whether it has an audio pickup?
I do not.
How about in the medical suite, when you're interacting with the inmate in that area, do you know whether or not you're being audio or video recorded?
No, I don't.
And here recently, since late summer, early fall of 2023, to your knowledge, have changes been made so that your interactions with your screening interactions, professional interactions with inmates are not recorded by corrections officers' body cameras?
I know Major Berger sent out an email stating that they should not be recorded.
And that was after,
Overruled. I'll let her answer the question.
and that was after your interaction with Mr. Dorn.
Yes.
Nothing further. Thank you.
Can you redirect? All right. Thank you, Ms. Butcher. You can be excused.
Thank you.
Good question. Very good question. Just looking at him, you get mad.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon. Can you please state your name and spell both your first and last name for the record?
Melissa Schmees, Schmees.
And can you spell your first name too for us?
Melissa.
And how are you currently employed?
Claremont County Jail,
And what is your assignment?
jail supervisor, corporal.
Corporal. And how long have you been a corporal with the Claremont County Jail?
Approximately 20 years.
And what are your duties as a corporal with the Claremont County Jail?
Oversee daily operations, ensure manpower, staffing, policy and procedures followed throughout the shift.
And I believe you indicated you're a supervisor?
Correct.
Okay. What does that mean? Like, what's your role?
Oversee the officers, ensure files are, officers are fulfilling their duties.
How many officers do you oversee?
Approximately any given day between 18 to 20.
Have you ever heard the term first line supervisor?
Yes.
What does that mean?
Some refer to the corporals as the first line supervisor. The corporals and the sergeants groups, some refer to us as that.
And do you, the officers that you supervise, do they work in a particular area of the jail?
They're given daily assignments so they can rotate throughout the day.
Okay.
Some days they might work booking, some days they might work housing units.
Okay. And so are you always in a specific area of the jail as part of your duties?
No, myself and one of the other supervisors, we rotate.
Okay. So do you also rotate between booking and housing?
Correct.
And are you a sworn officer?
We're administrative supervisors sworn by the sheriff to serve paperwork, but I'm not a sworn officer of the law.
Okay. So you do not have arrest powers?
Correct.
All right. And as a supervisor, do you work a specific shift?
Generally 7A to 7P.
All right. And is that 5 days a week, or how does that work?
We work rotating schedules. We work 2, off 2, work 3, off 2.
Okay. So the days that you're actually in the jail kind of change every single week?
Correct.
Okay. And when you're on duty, do you wear a uniform?
Yes.
And is it the uniform that you are currently
Correct.
dressed in? So it's very much like a road patrol deputy's uniforms with slight modifications. Is that fair to say?
Correct.
What would those modifications be?
We have the gray BDU pants, more of a BDU style t-shirt instead of the dress shirts.
And do you wear like a gun belt and a
No, we
radio or
just-
anything like that?
We have a radio, and supervisors have body cameras,
Okay.
and some line officers have body cameras.
So are you, as a supervisor, when you work, do you have a body worn camera?
Yes.
Is that functioning at all times?
We record on critical incidents, fights, other incidents in the blocks. It all varies.
Okay. So your body worn camera does not run like 24/7. It has to be activated by you.
Correct.
How do you activate it?
There's a button in the center and you click it twice.
Okay. And then once you click that, it runs until you turn it off?
Correct.
All right. Now, because you're a supervisor in the booking area, is booking the process, is that what you call the process when someone's brought into the jail and all the steps that are followed to secure
Correct.
them in jail? Okay. Can you describe the area known as the booking area?
There's three large holding cells. When you come in, if you're at the booking counter, you look straight ahead, you have the 2 doors for intake. To the left of those doors, you have a large holding cell on the right, a large holding cell on the left, 3 individual single cells on the left. To the right of the incoming booking area, you have 2 single holding cells. At the end of the counter, there's a hallway, and then you have another large holding cell.
And what happens in the large holding cells? What are those for?
Generally speaking, it's where inmates come in, approximately when they come in to be processed, we put them in all the holding cell together. We get them, that's where we prep court. When the court's getting ready to go out to court, we belt them, shackle them, and we use them in the holding cells.
Okay. So the large holding cells are kind of used when a bunch of inmates are initially brought in until they're assigned a more permanent housing location.
Correct.
And then also for when you're preparing inmates for court.
Correct.
Now, the individual cells, you'll have to forgive me. How many individual cells did you say there were?
5.
Okay. And what are they used for?
We use them for intoxicated persons, juveniles, if they've been bound over as an adult, we house them out in booking, segregated inmates, medical issues, or suicidal inmates.
And can you describe one of those individual cells?
2 cells to the right of where incoming persons come in, they have like a concrete slab, a half wall, and then lavatory facilities with the toilet and sink. And then the 3 on the left end, they have a metal bunk, a half wall, and the lavatory toilet sink area.
And starting with the ones on the right, how big are those cells?
I don't recall the exact dimensions.
Don't know the exact dimensions. Are they smaller than the cells on the left?
No, to me, they appear larger.
Okay. So the cells on the right are slightly larger than the cells on the left.
Correct.
But the cells on the left are the ones with the metal bunk and the lavatory
Correct.
facilities. Now, if an inmate is segregated and housed, would it be in the cells on the right or the left?
It varies. If we have them on suicide watch, we put them in the ones on the right, as that's considered direct supervision for the booking staff, because the counter is right in front of them, where we can keep watching 24/7. If they're segregated or because their age, medical issues, generally speaking, we put them on the ones on the left.
Now, we refer to the booking process. Can you tell us what the booking process is, generally speaking?
Upon intake, they're patted down, depending upon the charges, they're strip searched, or just, they may changes their clothing to our clothing. We process them through the body scanner. They come up to the counter, we pat them down again. They get processed into facility. Takes approximately 20-25 minutes. We obtain all their personal information, photograph them, and fingerprint them depending upon the charges.
And is everyone essentially booked in with that same process?
Yes, unless they're intoxicated and they can't answer the questions for us.
And are there slight differences depending on the severity of the crime in terms of the booking process?
Depending upon the nature and emotional status, if it's someone's extremely emotional, there's a possibility they might be combative. we'll make sure there's no other inmates out, so there's not going to be an issue. But sometimes if they're upset with the arresting department, we'll give them a little bit of time to calm down. We'll bring them out and make sure there's no one, so they realize they can calm down.
Okay. And are you familiar, or have you ever heard the terms level 1 or level 2, or just levels generally?
Yes.
Okay. Now, everyone that is brought in or processed into the jail, are they placed on levels?
No.
Okay. What is a level?
A level 1 is someone we consider a risk of self-harm. Either it could be they've admitted to mental health issues where they've attempted self-harm in the past, but they're denying any current thoughts or recent attempts to self-harm. Level 2 is extreme self-harm, extreme watch with, they would put them on a suicide gown, where they would do that because of their nature of their charges, severity of their charges, could be because of their age. They would come in 18 years old from juvenile, never been in trouble, their emotional state. We have a pre-acceptance questionnaire. We ask minor questions about mental health, if they've ever hurt themselves, feel like they want to hurt themselves, so we can get a basic idea for the person.
Okay. So you indicated there are certain charges in which a person would essentially automatically be placed on level 2 upon being brought to the jail. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. Now, a level 2 charge, would that include someone who's accused of aggravated murder in terms of killing their 3 kids?
Yes.
And so it would be automatic that he be placed on level 2. Is that right?
Yes.
Have you ever heard of the phrase pickle suit?
Yes.
What is that?
It's what some inmates, as well as corrections officers, refer to the suicide gown.
And when a suicide gown, what's the benefit of that?
It's something that you cannot tie, where you could be able to tie and hang yourself with.
Okay. So you can't tear it.
Right. You can't tear it. You can, if you were able to tie it, it's really lightly and it'll separate instantly, so you cannot hold weight to it to harm yourself.
And when an inmate is classified as level 2, are they automatically placed in a pickle suit?
Yes.
So again, is that decision based on the severity of the charges, any statements made to the arresting or booking officers, essentially?
Correct.
Now, were you employed in your current position as corporal with the jail on or about June 16th of 2023?
Yes.
And were you present, or do you know someone by the name of Renee Butcher?
Yes.
Okay. And were you present when Ms. Butcher spoke with the defendant in this case?
Yes.
Now, is it part of the standard process after someone has been admitted to the jail to have Ms. Butcher speak with them? And to your knowledge, who is, or what's Ms. Butcher's position?
Mental health liaison.
And so again, to your knowledge, what does she do with inmates who are on various levels?
She sees them regularly and makes sure that they're not a threat to themselves or someone else. If they have past mental health and are being treated for mental health, she'll follow up with their mental health providers to ensure that they get their medications regular and they can keep on their care and treatment.
Okay. Now, when you were working on the 16th and Ms. Butcher had contact with the defendant in this case, did you accompany her to the defendant's cell for that contact?
Yes.
And why did you do that?
When inmates, when they're incarcerated, we ensure security, make sure not just the inmate's safe, but also the contract personnel, which Renee is.
Okay. And is that for every inmate, or does that change based on the severity of the offense?
They go into the cell and booking. Yes, we have an officer staying there. We have a medical officer assigned daily, so when inmates go to medical, the officer's in medical with them as well.
Okay. And when you accompany Ms. Butcher into a cell or near a cell for her to conduct an assessment, especially with an inmate who's charged with a severe crime, do you activate your body-worn camera?
Yes.
And why do you do that?
To ensure the safety of myself as well as the inmate, is mental health or medical, whoever's in there. And you said there was no accusations of anything physically being done to anyone.
And at any point in the course of your employment, do you instruct Ms. Butcher with what to say to inmates?
No.
Do you ever instruct her how to conduct her assessments?
No.
And based on your experience in the jail and with these assessments, was the defendant treated any differently due to the accusations against him?
No.
When you do attend one of these assessments, do you write down what was said?
No.
Now, Were you present on another occasion when the defendant called medical to his cell?
Yes.
And do you recall what he called medical for?
He was complaining of chest pains.
Do you recall who responded for that?
Nurse Griffin.
When an inmate complains of some kind of medical issue, such as chest pain, what is the protocol?
We have to activate our body cam. We consider it a possible critical incident, just to ensure if the inmate needs to be transported to the hospital, we can give the hospital all documentation so they can see what their complaints were.
And have you ever had inmates who kind of fake a medical emergency that cause an issue? Or fake a medical emergency to get out of the jail?
Not that I can recall.
Okay. And since it's your policy to activate your body-worn camera in case of a critical incident, did you activate it in the situation where the defendant was complaining of chest pain?
Yes.
And did you accompany Nurse Griffin into the cell just to make sure that you reported
Yes.
anything that possibly could have been a critical incident?
Yes.
And again, did you speak with the nurse in terms of telling her how to conduct her medical treatment of the defendant?
No.
And did you ask the nurse to ask any specific questions about the allegations against Mr. Doerman?
No.
And to your knowledge, did the nurse ask any questions that were not relevant to medical treatment?
No.
And at any point, to your knowledge, whether it was based on the assessment by Ms. Butcher or the medical treatment provided by Nurse Griffin, was the defendant hospitalized?
No.
And both of your interactions were filmed on body-worn camera and in their entirety. Is that correct?
Correct.
Thank you. No further questions.
Cross-examination.
Afternoon.
Deputy. So the body worn camera that you were wearing that day, when you switch it on, there's not like a light or anything that shows to the person other than you. Nobody knows it's on, right?
There's a red light and it beeps.
Does it beeps when you turn it on?
It'll have a small beep. I usually keep mine turned up all the way so I can hear it.
And where's the red light?
Towards right in the center.
Okay. So you did not review with either Nurse Griffin or Renee Butcher that you were recording though, is that right?
Correct.
You didn't say I'm going to be recording this.
I don't recall exactly what I said. If I said anything, I don't recall.
All right. And did I understand you correctly? When you do that body worn camera, first of all, can it be video only? The sound
Yes.
can be off, right?
Yes.
Okay. But in this instance, the sound and the video were recording, correct?
Correct.
All right. And so when we see the start of the video, that's obviously when you just turned it on, right?
It records back to 30 seconds before I hit the start button.
Okay.
So like it'll show 30 seconds beforehand where there's no audio, and once I hit it, then that's when the audio kicks.
All right. So it might have started back when you were at your desk on booking before you went into the cell with Ms. Butcher or with Nurse Griffin, correct?
Correct.
All right. And you certainly didn't tell Mr. Doerman you were recording the conversation going on in there, right? Either one of them.
Not that I can recall.
Okay. Now, whose idea was it for you to record these conversations?
We're instructed to record on all critical incidences or possible high profile to ensure the safety of each individual.
Okay. So was it your idea that day, or did somebody instruct you to do it?
We've been instructed in the past to do this in the past. Classes that recorded, and that's what we've done for several years.
Okay. Then on this case, this situation particularly, nobody told you to do it. It was you decided to do it because you thought it was part of that policy?
Correct. With past procedures.
Okay. That is no longer the procedure in the jail, is that right?
Correct.
And did you become aware of the fact that the jail administrator, Major Berger, was unaware that that was going on?
Overruled. I'll let her answer the question.
I was not aware of what Major Berger knew or did not know.
Okay. And just so I understand, was this a written policy or was this just something that you knew?
It was verbal instructions, and I believe we've had issues sent to us in email to state that we were to act when we were to activate our cameras.
And that's when it's a high profile case, is that what you're saying?
And critical incidents, and support calls.
Okay. Because you understood that these conversations, if you weren't there, I mean, it would normally be a privileged conversation that he'd be having with either his social worker or his nurse, correct?
No, because there would still be an officer present.
So do you not agree that sometimes inmates see Renee Butcher without an officer present?
Correct.
You agree with that?
There is occasions that does happen.
Okay. And you agree with the fact that they can see a nurse and talk about their medical problems without an officer overhearing it?
I've never seen that happen. Nurses are always escorted and inmates are always escorted to medical to be seen.
Okay. Are those always recorded?
Some are and some are not.
To your experience, when there's somebody listening, are you listening for evidentiary purposes so that it could be used in this case?
No.
Because that's our concern, you understand? Do you understand when you were doing that, was there discussion about gathering evidence for use in this case?
Never to me, there was not.
Do you know who alerted the prosecutors so that it was sent to them?
No, I do not.
What is going on?
Now, when he saw Nurse Griffin for what was chest pains initially, right? The complaint?
Correct.
Okay. You actually did ask a question yourself of him. Do you recall that?
I asked how long he had the issues, because we've had inmates in the past that'll say they've had issues for a long time and don't bring it to our attention. So I wanted to make sure that he was seen properly and timely.
Okay. So you did ask that question?
Correct.
All right. The reason I'm asking is on the video, it's not, I think it's you, but I want to make sure that was you. The only
Yes, I
other
believe it was.
female in there
Yes.
was Nurse Griffin, right?
Correct.
Thank you.
Yeah, that was really odd questioning.
Oh, so when you came on shift that day, Mr. Doerman had already been fully admitted to the jail, is that right?
As far as I believe.
Mr. Haynes, is that the day of the chest pain or the day of the book interview with?
I think that's the day of the booking, correct?
Oh, okay, all right.
The day of Renee Butcher talking to him.
As far as I believe, he was already processed all the way in.
Okay. Chronologically, I believe, tell me if you disagree, Renee Butcher's interview conversation with Mr. Doerman was on before he saw Nurse Griffin.
Correct.
Okay. And so when that first conversation with Renee Butcher took place, he had already been formally admitted, fully admitted to the jail, to your knowledge.
Correct.
All right, thank you.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, Deputy. You can be excused.
So I wonder if we're going to hear what the judge rules. Have fun, Jonathan. Oh, for sure, Jonathan. Yeah, for anyone who is not familiar, check out Google because ooh-la.
Okay. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Can you please state your name and spell both your first and last name for the record?
Amy Griffin, AMYGRIFFIN.
And how are you employed, ma'am?
I work through Southern Health Partners, which is the medical part of the jail.
Okay. So you are employed by Southern Health Partners, not the Claremont County Jail?
Correct.
And in what capacity? Are you a doctor, a nurse?
I am a nurse.
And do you work a specific shift at the jail?
Primarily do day shift, but I do fill in for nights sometimes also.
And what are the hours of day shift?
7 A to 7 P.
And as a nurse at the jail, what kind of things do you do?
Well, we have two different areas. Basically, one is a sick call that stays at the medical office, and then we have the floor nurse who passes the medications and does the prescriptions and different things like that, tasks that we do. Yeah.
Okay. And so do you do each of those different responsibilities depending on the day?
Yes.
Okay. So you have been both in the medical office and kind of out
in the floor nurse, yes.
The floor.
Yes.
Okay. Now, how do inmates come to see nurses at the jail?
Well, typically they fill out a sick call form, and then they're seen either that day or the next day, depending on what it is. Also, we have emergencies. The blocks will call and say, hey, somebody's, fallen, or there was a fight, or there's something else going on, and then they just bring them down. And then also we go to the cells sometimes.
Okay. And when you go to the cells, is that more of emergency situations?
Yes.
Okay. So do you ever go to cells just because someone says their stomach hurts or they're sick or?
No.
So when you do see an inmate, whether they come to you or you go to them, is there an assessment done, a medical assessment?
Yes.
Can you explain that process?
Sure. Well, depending on what the situation is, we get vital signs. If there's a certain area involved, we look at the area, we ask questions, where a specific pain is, how long has it been going on, and then we go from there as far as the treatment.
So all the questions you ask, are those medical questions?
Yes.
Do you ever ask questions about what the inmate's case is or the allegations pending against the inmate or anything along those
No.
lines? Are COs or jail staff ever telling you what to ask during the course of your medical assessment? No. When you indicate you take vitals, what kind of vitals do you take?
We do temperature, pulse, respirations, and blood pressures.
When there is a situation where you have to go to a cell because an inmate calls for something that's a little more emergent, is there a different protocol followed in those situations?
Typically, if we have to be called to the cell, if there's an emergency, the officers open the doors or their cells, go in first, and then we usually follow.
And is there ever a time where you're allowed to be alone with inmates?
Absolutely not.
So you always have to be accompanied by a CO at the jail?
Yes, whether it's giving somebody medications or doing an assessment, we absolutely are not to be alone with inmates.
And are you aware that COs, some have body worn cameras?
Some do, yeah.
Okay. And are you aware that there are situations where they activate those body worn cameras?
I don't know whether they do or don't unless someone specifically says my camera's on or I'm going live or something like that. But no, I wouldn't know by just looking at it whether it was on or off.
And was there a situation in which you were essentially summoned for medical treatment regarding chest pains of the defendant, Chad Doerman, in this case?
Yes.
Can you tell us about what happened?
Yes, they called me and said that this inmate was having chest pains. So I grabbed my stuff. I went to the cell. They opened the cell. He was sitting on the floor on a mat. And I just asked, what's going on? Where's your pain? Took his vital signs. And then you said, well, it's not really hurting anymore at this point. So then I said, well, if it comes back, just let us know, maybe do some deep breathing, because his vital signs were stable. They were fine. He didn't have any other issues that would make me believe that he was having like a cardiac issue. So I said, maybe some anxiety, take some deep breaths, and then that was it. And then I left.
Okay. And you indicated they opened the cell door and they entered. Whose day that you're talking
The COs go in before us.
about? Okay. And do you know on that occasion whether or not a body camera was activated? Was that a case where they said, hey, I'm activating my camera?
No.
So
I had
you
no
were
idea.
unaware?
I was not aware.
And had you been aware, would that have changed your assessment or the medical treatment? that you
No, not at all. We do the same assessments for everybody.
Thank you, Your Honor. Nothing.
Cross-examination.
Good afternoon.
So you didn't know and you didn't consent to the recording. You just didn't know about it, right?
Correct.
So is it impossible in your mind then for a patient to have a privileged conversation with someone, a medical person such as yourself?
Okay. So
In the
if-
jail?
Okay.
Well, you said, as I understand it, that COs are always there when you're talking to an inmate.
Right.
So that's for all inmates.
Yes.
They never talk to you in private.
The inmates?
Yes.
No.
Okay. And that may be recorded at times and you not know it.
Correct.
Now, you know about HIPAA, right?
Yes.
And you know about Ohio's privilege statute, right?
Yes.
For all inmates.
Yes.
They never talk to you in private.
The inmates?
Yes.
No.
Okay. And that may be recorded at times and you not know it.
Correct.
Now, you know about HIPAA, right?
Yes.
And you know about Ohio's privilege statute, right?
Yes.
You know about patient, physician, and nurse patient privilege, right?
Yes.
So how do you reconcile those two things?
Well, it's just a safety issue for everyone involved that the officers have to be with us. It's a policy that we follow.
And is that a policy from, do you know where?
As far as I know, it's the jail policy. And our company also, we do in our trainings, it tells us also we're not supposed to be with an inmate alone.
To your knowledge, is there any disclosure of the fact that what would otherwise be a privileged conversation may not be because of that policy? To the inmate patient.
I'm not real sure.
Okay.
I don't know.
Of whether the recording part of it is not taking place anymore when you're having your conversations with inmates in the jail?
I have no idea what's going on with the cameras. My job is specifically to go take care of the patient. Doesn't matter who it is, what it is. It's just we follow. I would do the same thing for anybody.
Okay.
And I don't really pay attention to the officers, and they don't typically talk to us. They just let us come in, do our assessments, and then we go.
So if you ever talk to any of the officers about, you're hearing some things here that might be medically privileged, you really shouldn't listen to this, you shouldn't disclose this to anybody. Have you ever had any kind of conversations like that?
I have not.
Thank you.
Redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. You can be excused, Ms. Griffin.
Thank you.
Any additional witnesses?
State has no further witnesses, Your Honor, at this time to address.
And the little thumb drive that I have with the exhibit list, all of these are on this thumb drive, and these are to be admitted, correct?
Correct.
Now, we have one additional stipulation to offer.
Okay.
And that is that there are other body worn cameras that would indicate that the booking process at that jail began for Mr. Doerman on June 15th, 2023 at 9:06 and a half p.m.
Approximately 9
It was military time. It was 20.
Is that on this thumb drive?
No.
I think we're just stipulating to the time the booking process began, Your Honor, not
Okay.
to the actual video. But we agree that the booking process began June 15th, 2023 at approximately 9 to 6 p.m.
The military time on that was 21:06:33.
Correct.
And then on this thumb drive that I've been given, we'll have the interview interrogation by Detective Ross. It'll have the body worn cameras of Deputy Popham and Deputy Rudd.
Correct.
And it will also have the body worn camera that I guess Corporal Schmies had in the booking initially, and then this last one with Nurse Griffin.
Correct.
And those are the ones that are primarily at issue regarding the motion.
Correct.
And that's correct, Mr.
That
Moore?
is correct, Your Honor. I think you might have said, while I was trying to find the state's chart, that flash drive also has exhibit 3, which is just a PDF of Detective Ross.
The card.
Correct.
Right.
And that is all stipulated in the agreement.
Okay.
As actually admissible for this hearing.
And then any testimony on behalf of the defense at this time?
No.
All right. So you essentially rest as well.
Indeed.
And as we had discussed just when we were trying to reschedule this back when Mr. Myers was detained, Ms. Barron was pretty sick. We're going to have you submit written summations, if you would. I can present it a week thereafter. I think it's be the 28th of February, and then March 7th, somewhere around there. And there are a couple of things I want. One, there was an Ohio Supreme Court decision just this morning, state versus, it's in Ray TDS, and it was just issued today. It's 24 slip opinion, 2024 Ohio 595. It involves a juvenile situation, but it covers a number of the issues that have been raised, primarily regarding appropriate Miranda warnings, knowingly, intelligently waiving Miranda warnings, potentially coercive statements that were not voluntary. There are significant differences in the results of a motion to suppress based upon Miranda warnings versus a motion to suppress that the defendant's statements were involuntary. So take a look at that. It's not exactly on point, but there's some, I think, some significant law that was just announced today that certainly could be very applicable to this. As I say, this is just today, so it's obviously the most current Supreme Court decision regarding this matter. I also would like to have some more detailed citations on the medical issues, this privacy issue, this interplay of HIPAA, and there's been repeated cross-examinations about privileged statements by healthcare providers. But I would also like to know what the arguments are as to the level of privacy an inmate can expect and when he is incarcerated. And does HIPAA provide, if these are violations of Ohio statutes, regarding privacy, if they are applicable to an inmate that is in jail. And as Nurse Griffin indicated, there's significant security issues that are always involved. So I'd like to hear about that. I'd like to know if there's any law that says a violation of HIPAA rises to a constitutional violation of the defendant's rights, such that they should be suppressed.
Why does he have rights?
Violation of Miranda. And again, the privacy arguments here kind of dovetail with what privacy, the expectation of privacy in particular, an inmate may have at any time while he's incarcerated, given the overall circumstances where he is. And I realize that I think the law is clear. They don't surrender all of their privacy rights when they walk through a jail door. But I also think the law is pretty clear that there are significant limitations on their expectations of privacy that could be at play here, particularly the interviews with the body cams of Deputy Schmees, and then in the booking area with Ms. Butcher, and then also with Nurse Griffin. So with that said, we'll adjourn for the day. I'll take the matter under advisement once the final memorandum has been filed. I'm not going to, we're not going to convene a hearing on that. I'll take that under advisement based upon the briefs, and we'll move forward. Anything else on behalf of the state?
No, Your Honor, thank
On
you.
behalf of Mr. Doerman? No. All right, thank you.
Oh my God, you guys. So what did you think of that? Honestly, every time they would start to pan in on him, I just wanted to smack him upside the head. It's like, we know what you did. We know what you did. I know that they have rights. I know, but come on. I would say the only silver lining would be prisoner DP, but I honestly think it would be better if they all got sent to general prop. Yeah, put them in yeah, put them in Gen Pop and see how that goes. So did I, Chopper. And this is why I look at him and it's just like, are you flipping kidding me? There was children all over his yard as he's sitting next to the gun. Oh, God, help me. So, yeah, July 8th, he is on trial. I'm going to see if I can find anything as far as what happened, what the outcome was of this hearing. Yeah, he's got you. Is that what he thinks of us? Like, we can't forget what he did. Maybe you're from Canada, Jonathan. Yeah, we had one of those guys, didn't we? Willie Picton. Used to drive by his place all the time going to Vancouver. Absolutely. Yeah, and that's the thing. They all do this. Like literally every time they would pan over to him and stay there for any length of time, I could literally see, like, I could feel my blood pressure rising. It was like, no. Do you think the court will allow cameras on this court during Chad's trial? That's a good question. And I don't have the proper answer for that right now. I don't know for sure. I am assuming they will. And if I'm not in the middle of another case that's coming up, I will be streaming Chad Doerman's trial. If it's going to be happening, I'm going to be streaming it. What about the rights his children were supposed to have, but he took away? This is why I get cranky. That's my thoughts, Dandy. They've been allowed in there so far. So I don't want to say 100%, but they should. They should. And as soon as I find out more, I'll definitely either come live with it or I'll do a video update with what we know up to now. So, yeah, I'm glad I didn't have to look at his face anymore. I was like, "Hole. No, you're bringing anger on to me." Me and everybody else. I know that for sure. So, guys, I think we are going to, oh, let's see here. If they trade us with hearings, they don't stream it. I'm going to be, yes, right? Because it does. We're watching all this stuff and it's like infuriating. Oh, my chest hurts. Oh, they're too tight. I'm cold. Like, what? Oh, lordy, lordy, lordy. So, guys, I am going to call it. We've been streaming for a little over 4 hours. So, thank you ever so much for being here with me. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share. Make sure to hit that bell so you do not miss any updates or anything live that might be happening. So I appreciate you guys all. Thank you, mods. Thank you, chat. And I'll see you guys in the next one. Bye.